Alright, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Microphone property check, make sure we're in the right spot. Yes, we are. Bar is green on OBS. Alright, I think that means we are good to go. Hello and welcome to Tuesday. We don't usually stream Wilds on Tuesday, but Rise is probably going to be Saturday, maybe Friday. And I have some stuff I just want to noodle around with in Wilds for a bit. So, this might be just one stream. Honestly, I think just for like full extent of testing, this might be two. But I had something, and I'll talk about like just kind of my observations and just kind of like the mentality of the next Wild stream or two for a little bit. But I had like a thing that I'm like, I kind of want to noodle around with this. I just want to see how this goes. I want to build a set around and kind of like noodle around with how some of the mechanics work in this game, and I just want to see what happens. I think I'm just gonna go into full proper screen now. I don't know if any of the guys are gonna be joining us for tonight. I know Nate is probably too busy. I don't know about everybody else, but yeah, let me go over what the plan for the night is. So, right off rip, I do want to hunt maybe like, do like one, maybe two GOG runs just to get a little bit of material stockpiling going for the shit like Orichalcite and of course like mutated materials and stuff like that. Code doesn't work. I might have mistyped it. Hold on a moment. Thank you for the check. I think the guys on my friends list are just getting in anyway. 565 MV37S, yeah? 565 MV37S. Blast, I think you just mistyped. But yeah, alright, so I think I want to do a little bit of GOG, just for some stockpile stuff, because I've had to use some of my resources semi-recently. But let's kind of break it down a little bit. So this is an idea that got born out of just looking into... Let me get like a nice little vantage point. So it came out of looking into some of the underlying numbers for some of the monsters that are in Wilds, which had to do with another project that's actively being worked on. I think if you guys have been tracking the trajectory of like the conventional videos that are being made on the channel, you guys can piece together that I've become progressively more and more interested in like the underlying numbers that are in this game. So I was looking into some of the stuff for the Wilds monsters, mostly on sites like CR-VODcanic and whatnot, as CR-VODcanic has a lot of really simple access to a lot of information that, and like hard numbers that the games don't always provide. Let me pop a squat right here. There we go. You can look at the fireworks for a bit. So yeah, So I was taking a look at a couple of different matchups and a couple of just like how the monsters operate and just how their underlying numbers work and a whole bunch of stuff. And I was noticing, mostly I was kind of interested just as like a side question of how the wounds actually interact with hit zone values. Because I just, in terms of how they function in comparison to like tenderizing per se, I figured like they couldn't interact the exact same, you know, due to the fact that they're just up for different distances, they're up for different time, like they had a whole different function. And I noticed in a number of cases, and this whole experiment is going to be very matchup dependent. Often, usually, the increases that you got on like raw damage hit zones with a lot of the wounds wasn't like that crazy. In a couple, again, it's very matchup dependent. The amount of stuff that the wounds do for the individual monsters is not particularly consistent, but I was noticing that in a lot of cases, not every case, but in a lot of cases, wounds do a pretty good amount of elevation on certain body parts to a lot of elemental hit zone values. So I'm like, interesting, because this game isn't always the nicest in the world to element. There's a couple of places where it's pretty good and a couple of matchups where element's pretty good. Pair that with the fact that, you know, like I think crit element still went as a skill that was not balanced particularly hugely. It's in a better place now because I know they bumped cap and there's also Gogma Apocalypse. Gogma Apocalypse is going to definitely be worked into this build, I think, just be out of like pure numerical bulk, but mostly I was super interested of just kind of taking a look at some of these matchups where the elemental hit zone values go up a really good chunk. Some of them go from, let me pull some stuff up for you, because again, this isn't everybody. There's a couple where, like, say Raydao with his stuff usually only got maybe like 5 ticks of an extra ice damage on his hit zones when he got a wound. But let me crack. Duna was one of the really big ones that I was looking at. There's some other stuff, like New Udra had some interesting ones. Arkveld had a really interesting one. So let me pull her up. Actually, let me pull this up on, so you guys can actually follow along. I'm not just fucking reading off a website. So I'm going to do Kiriniko Uthduna. So I'll pop this. So just want to show you what I'm thinking about, right? So we take a look at this right here. I believe especially one of the really nice ones. Yeah, the torso was a really interesting one. I mean, this one gives you really good raw ones as well. So this goes, so we're looking at 50, 45, 35, up to like 80, 80, 80. If you don't know hit zone values particularly well, basically these are percentage reductions. So 80 means that Uthduna is taking 80% of incoming raw damage from any of these areas. But it's also a bump from a hit zone value of 10 to a hit zone value of 25. 25 in almost, basically any way you cut it across the series is pretty fucking good for an elemental hit zone. There's places where they get radically better than this, but not a ton. You also have things like the forelegs, which are going, we're 15 conventionally, we're 15 when we're in water armor, we're 25 when we're wounded. Again, 25 is pretty fucking good. Was there any? Yeah, a lot of these get bumped up to 25 from positions like 15 or stuff like that. So, that's all with the veil as well. Right, let me do... New Udra, I think, also had a couple of interesting ones. Let's see. New Udra, Kira, Nico. And there might be some people already in the chat who know the game significantly better than I do. It's like, I don't know if this is going to pan out as well as you think it is, Connor, because X, Y, and Z. The whole purpose of this isn't so much me going, Eureka! I have cracked the code! I have discovered things that no one else has ever... No. The whole thing is mostly just like, I'm not looking to see, like, oh my god, dude, I figured it out. I know how to, like, get the best elemental numbers in wilds now, blah. I'm like, not so much that. It's more so, I found, like, ooh, this interaction looks super interesting. If I want to, like, put this to the test and kind of work around with it, then I just want to, like, see what happens, basically. All right, so I got new Udra on here now. Big one's going to be water. Yeah, so this is... Starts out 15 at base. I think like state 1 and state 2 is probably like oil applied, oil knocked off and stuff like that. But wound on the head goes from 15 to 25. So that's a whole increase on 10%. Tentacles are the stuff right on the head. You have the membrane, torso. I think the arms had pretty big jumps as well. Yeah, these are also 15 to 25s right here on the arms. And the arms can get covered. I think Kiriniko also... tells you the amount of wounds that you can get on a body part and stuff like that, I believe. So, front left arm, up to 2 wounds, probably the health points and everything like that, though this is also unmodified low rank. Obviously, we're going to be mostly fighting, like, tempered stuff like that. So, the question is using elements and deliberately keeping wounds open. There's also, I'm wondering how effective Flare is going to be as a skill on this, because the name of the game here is going to be trying to pop wounds open and then keep them open. So then there's the question of, do we want to use Flare, and how much Flare do we want to use that we can consistently be, that we can be opening them consistently? Because I know people call out, at least when the game came out, I think Flare got called out due to the fact that, like, in terms of actual opening of wounds, it doesn't really, even with top-level Flare, give you that many new ones. But the point with this whole structure isn't so much to be opening a lot of them, because we really don't want to be using the focus closers. We just want to be opening them up a little bit faster so that we have more consistent access to them if we're going to build for elements. So yeah, no, like I said, some of you... And if this doesn't pan out, some of you who have, like, really good game knowledge could tell me why it doesn't really pan out. But for the most part, I'm just like, this is super interesting. I just want to experiment and see what happens. And very likely, I'll be turning a good chunk of this stream and the experimentation and the mentality and everything into an actual video. So we're going to be making a video here, honestly, over this stream and possibly the next one, of just, like... We have the wound systems. The wounds, they alter hit zone values in this way. We have armor skills that function in this way. If we want to basically kind of create these better weak points for ourselves, just like, what does that look like? How does that look in terms of damage? Like, honestly, this experiment, I am perfectly fine if this experiment turns out that this is a very unoptimal way to apply elements. Again, I think just in terms of certain value levels, I don't know if it's really possible for this to be, like, that bad in terms of elements, especially if I'm using, like, 4-piece GOG for the full GOG Apocalypse, which is part of the reason we're going to start with some GOG runs, is just to get a little bit of material feed, to get some rolls for GOGMA, because I think I'm probably going to start with dual blades, maybe, but this could apply to dual blades, this could apply to bow, probably SNS, maybe CB, though the weird thing about CB is that CB also needs wound feed for, elemental, the fucking chainsaw thing. I forget the name for a moment. The other, though, to be fair, if I wanted to play elemental SAED or AED, then I probably wouldn't need that much feed. Again, I'm not, like, I don't know how, like, the best way Charge Blade handles. I know the balancing for that weapon has been fucking crazy as we're going. But really, we're making a video, we're doing an experiment. I am sure that there are people who have done all this stuff out and, like, would know, yeah, this is either, like, pretty good or not that optimal or not going to go as well as you think it's going to go. But I'm just interested. This is really just, like, scientific method. And, yeah, Savage Axe. Yeah. Doesn't need wounds for Savage Axe. Technically, yeah, because they're almost every monster in the game is going to provide that exposable weak point that you can target. I'm aware of that. That's also a little bit more niche. But again, like if we're deliberately targeting wounds with AEDs and SAEDs, that's a whole other thing. So, what's the idea here? I'm kind of lost, heard, but heard. SNS in my ears picked up. So basically, if you're just tuning in, who's that? Is that Jolteon with an A? Jolteon? Basically, the whole thing is that, like, I found that with a lot of monster matchups, your elemental hit zones can get actually legitimately really, really good. So I want to noodle around with deliberate hit zone or deliberate wound openings, leaving the wounds open, almost never using the wound closers, barring, like, certain situations where I feel like I need them. And basically trying to increase elemental output by using wounds. Which, maybe, with how elemental cap works, again, I might not even need it up to a certain point. Again, I'm just curious. I'm just very, very curious. You can Savage Axe off of a Perfect Guard. Is that a change that they made? Because I was unaware of that. That might have... Was that like a post-patch thing? I was unaware of that if they made that change or if that was just a feature already. Wound close go burr. Exactly, dude. That's a whole thing with wounds. Is like, I think they actually seem to have some really unique and interesting utility beyond just doing the focus attacks. But you get so monkey brained on doing focus attacks because it's so powerful in especially low rank that you just do them. So I think that's also another really interesting thing to do with a video that I'm gonna turn this into. Is just like, hey, wait a minute, you can do some really interesting things if you don't monkey brain the wounds. Now, is that going to stop some people from monkey braining the wounds? No, I've played with Monster Hunter players. You're going to monkey brain the wounds. But, at the very least, I want to present my findings and just do something interesting. Savage Axe Perfect Guard has been a thing since launch, I believe. Okay, then that's just something I didn't know. Thank you for the correction. There's a bunch of shit with Charge Blade that I would not claim to be the mastery of. Or master of, or anything like that. Dude, I didn't really play around with CB guard points for a really, really, really long time. And I kind of regret that I didn't. Alright, so let's do a GOG run or two to get the stockpile up a little bit, as I did have to do some expenditure of my resources fairly recently, because I was working on like a Lance set. Also, it's just been a minute since I've done some GOG runs, and I'd like to do some. And of course, we're gonna do 9-star, because the 10-star one is not balanced well. Do you want me to pop in? Because I'm curious about this as well. I think I'm just gonna fly solo for this right now. Especially because I already left open invitation to the other friend group already, so I'm technically in the Discord call for them if any of them wanted to join. So, Dual Blade's Wound Closer does do funny damage to Arcveld relative to how much damage your normal attacks do. It's Charge Blade player Savage Axe Perfect Block was added in T1, I believe. Okay. It helps Savage Axe a lot, but man, I wish it went back to being able to just do it at the end of a combo with your files. Yeah, dude. I kind of feel for CB players in this game a little bit. It's been such a weird weapon. I still do think it's really fun in this game, especially because, like, I feel like it does kind of coerce you into using the guard points, and the guard points are just cool. I won't say that I dislike it, but man, has that journey been kind of weird. And also, I don't fully understand it either. I hope you get Hazards in Wilds DLC because they were really fun in Sunbreak. I would love for something like Hazards to pop back up again, yeah. They were probably the closest equivalent we had to, like, the hardcore system that we had in Frontier, where they actually made some pretty meaningful changes to, like, animation duration and stuff like that, especially with, like, the really good hazards. I'd like for them to expand on that. You know, we do have the AT system, and the AT system has been generally pretty fucking good in this game, but, like, even more so, I'd take it. Savage Axe from Perfect Guard was a thing since beta. They added Perfect Guards from Guard Points since TU2. I'm getting a lot of different information about... Seems like a lot of people who play Charge Blade are a little confused on how Charge Blade works. This is the most fun version of modern CB moveset-wise. The balance has been all over the place. Fair. Treasure Blade is super fun, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I wished it was changed back. Okay. Check out the damage that you pop through runes at once with bow. Oh, I'm sure it's gigantic, yeah. Again, I do not want to make, like I said at the top, my claim is not, I have found the best way to play. I have cracked the code of wilds. I have provided you with an optimal strategy and all the other guides have lied to you. The entire thing is, oh, that looks interesting. I want to see what this does. I'm also running Dragon LS right now. Let me swap over. Also, by the way, if you haven't already, go ahead, leave a like on the stream as it helps promo what we're doing, promos the channel and all the shit like that. Very much appreciated. I'm going to try and look over at chat every once in a while, but GOG is something that I should probably actually be actively trying to parry and whatnot and not get squished by. Especially since this isn't even like the main part of the show. This is just material gathering. I knew he was going to do the slam, too. Don't play CB. Guard point into Savage Axe was added in the DLC. I'm just going to get a different answer from fucking everybody, aren't I? Actually, Connor, there is no guard pointing, and you made it up. This is a paranoid delusion. I am so off my fucking shit with longsword. This is a half-decent build. I wish I didn't play it like shit. I'd have to get back into the fucking swing of it. Charge that. Boom, boom. Glad that clipped. Ah, it was too far away, dang. By the way, for those of you who watched either the actual live show or the VOD, I really appreciate the amount of turnout that we had for the Fashion Hunter show that we had over on Dweeby's channel this weekend. And if you haven't watched it, you have no idea what I'm talking about. I co-hosted and judged a Fashion Hunter, like, layered armor showcase with another Monster Hunter content creator named Dweeby, or Little, I think like Little Dweeby is like the official channel thing. But yeah, no, I ran a show with them with like another person. Was it Frost Dragonheart? Who I think he's like co-hosts a YouTube channel called Bake Nation. So the three of us ran basically a Monster Hunter fashion show over on her channel. And the turnout was really good. We had a couple of entries that I recognized from my community. We also had a lot of people just in the live chat from my community, so I actually really appreciate that you showed up and supported her and supported the work that we did over there. She had a great time. She was really happy with the final results of the show. Meant a lot to be able to put eyes on just a really cool project that another creator was able to do in this space, and to just kind of have a cool little community event like that. I wasn't even like originally chosen for that project. I was a bit of a sub-in because she knew Meat Man, because apparently Meat Man just knows fucking everybody at this point, and he was unable to commit, so he shouted me out to her. She liked the stuff that I made. We talked. And I'm really glad that I went with it. I'm really glad that I decided to agree to host and hang out and help with it, because I had a ton of fun with it. And I was really happy to participate. And I appreciated that you guys went over there, that you participated. And that, like, generally you guys were also just very well behaved. Not that I figured you wouldn't be. But it was a very good showing from our side of the community, and branching out and making a really good show for another person, and I appreciate that tremendously. I am sorry that I'm playing like garbage. I'm trying to read chat and focus, and haven't played Longsword against this guy in a very long... Haven't played Longsword in this game in, I don't know, like half a year at this point. I apologize if this probably looks like shit while I'm trying to talk about it. I'm doing my best, I promise. Well, I'm not. 1 and 2. Alright, gets up there. I'll watch the VOD later. Yeah, the VOD will be easily found over on our channel. It was a good, what was it, about 4 hours? A little more, a little less? It was like right around 4 hours. You know, if you're accustomed to the amount of time that I stream for, it wasn't all that much longer or shorter. Bink. Not gonna put him on his back immediately. No. Okay, so full big flinch. So wing arm broken. Got that. Give me this. Get the closer, and then we'll do... that's the initial back break. That's good. I love this second phase, man. It's so fun. It managed to make fucking old Iron King from DS2 not shit. Alright, so smart thing to do. That was preemptive, but I think I'm kind of safe with this little tuck. Yeah, he's gonna go for the other spot. Yeah, I figured that was coming right off. I wonder what the general consensus of, like, the extended moveset on a Red Gauge for Longsword is. Personally, I kind of like it. I like that I actually have incentive to be fighting the monster and swiping at him and slashing at him with Red Meter just because of, like, sheer amount of hits. One. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, that would have been way too early. That's the other thing. If you're using, like, trying to do precise timing and whatnot, you kind of have to frame count a little bit against some of those moves. Much as I do like this phase, it is quite fun. Wow. Beep. Blocked right into that one. Definitely could have countered off of that one if I was going for it. Is this all? I think we only have 2 chords in that thing currently. Ah, doesn't matter, it's judged. Alright, get out of that. Alright, there we go. And bye-bye. Still super weird that this, like, Gregorian chanting thing is just for this section. I don't understand what the design mentality for that was, because it sounds really cool, and it's kind of just over. Sucks. Haven't seen the VOD, saw you were in it. Did you win, buddy? We did like Raditz' fit. And he did a pretty good job making a 40k Centurion. No, not Centurion. Centurion was the cat. Custodian. My brain always wants to call Custodian Centurion. Because, like, Roman guard man, but it starts with the letter C. Do we need to pop a... Yeah, I'll just take the Nullberry, even though I'm almost stuffed on this. I feel like they're overestimating just how much time you'd spend after the Elder Breaker goes off. Well, I think the music stops after he gets up anyway, because if you do, like, the 10-star GOG, it also just, like, stops, and I almost never does he go into phase 3 after the Elder Breaker is fully charged. Alright. Shoot-a-man time. Ooh, I do gotta swap over to Dragon. Thank you, Nadia, for helping my puny little stupid baby boy brain understand. Ooh, is that right under the... Yeah, there he goes. That's the tail break. Make sure Sethina's good on health. Out. Make sure I'm good on health. Oh, boy. I'm going to stand... Yeah. Okay. I should not have delayed that get up that much. It's alright. Got that. Put some work on that tail. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so he goes up. Oh, he's not doing the full takeoff spin. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, I gotta grab one of those.
Time to go on the offensive.
All right. Alright. Make sure not to get caught out. Fabius is going this way. You know, as much as I do think that this is like a neat little innovation on like the get behind the rocks thing with like it's a shield and you can do it yourself if you have a shieldy weapon and that kind of stuff. And like that's a neat little thing. I'm hoping that maybe we don't get another hide behind the rock super attack thing. I don't know. They do like their big fancy giant super mega attack bosses. But like we've done a number of these now. I think we'd be fine if we didn't do another one of these super soon. Especially because you like there's almost no way GOG isn't getting into master rank as well. What his endgame role is going to be is its own question. Yeah, we've done a number of big super mega attack hide behind the rocks. I have a feeling we're probably not done with them, but like, I don't know. Am I still on fire? Oh, you know, I didn't. When I hopped on my sacred, I must have canceled my original input. Come here, buddy. Yeah, give it the heal. Make sure I'm on the right one. Yep, that's more pinkish. Gotcha. I hate how GOG's final phase is just Eschaton plus Sapphire with a bunch of stalling. I understand that. I hate it. I would not say hate it.
Compact anti-wyvern gun.
It is definitely... Yeah. I think it's fair to say I still enjoy it, but have soured on it compared to my initial outings with it. And I definitely see and agree with the issues a little bit more. I don't know. The idea is there. The leaning in with the gimmick is heavier than it probably should be. Because when he's on the ground, the moveset's pretty good. And, like, the oil drop is fairly chaotic. It's a good expansion on the move kit from Phase 1. While still being, like, similar enough so you can remember some timings. But the changes are generally pretty meaningful. The super attack is still... It's pretty simple. The actual DPS check is pretty simple. Like, it's barely even much of a mechanic. You just, like, do a good enough amount of dragon damage. Back a good amount of that with the fact that it's dragon just because of elemental weaknesses. And from there, you're good. So even, it's not even like that. Yeah, I know, but it is, I think that is a fair point of contention. Like, it is kind of like you stacked Eschaton with Sapphire. And, like, it makes some innovations on Sapphire, and it's a whole lot simpler and a whole lot less, chokeholdy than Eschaton, as much as I do kind of like Eschaton. But the fact that it's, like, one stacked on top of the other, I kind of get why someone would be like, dude, this is so gimmicky. So I get it, it's just I would not use the word hate. Alright, yeah, there's a check right there. And then they botched the... Like, the 10-star is just not designed well, unfortunately. Like, 9-star, how it's balanced is perfectly fine. Because even without anything crazy, and even really without dragon damage, you can hit this threshold very reliably. I mean, I was using the wrong weapon for half the time, and I was still doing fine. Where are you going, buddy? This way. Fatalis Gate is just one glorified rock. Yeah. Again, I don't hate them. I do think they're being... I think they've become a little bit of a crutch. I think that's what I would say. Is like the whole like kind of rocks drop, everybody dies, get behind the rocks thing. I don't think it's bad. I think it yeah, you have your neat little cinematic super attack. Yeah. I think it is I think it's not horrible. I think it is becoming a little bit crutchy for the design. Which is why I kind of like some shit like this one's a little bit different because of the shield thing, like the actual, like, you can bring the shield for it. And then, like, All Mother kind of has one, but it's a whole lot more interactive. Nice. Good shit. And Geismar Gorm isn't really like a rocks drop, everybody dies. It's more of just, like, a small singular area, shoot it with, like, the little minigun with the ballista thing. But yeah, no, I could totally see why someone would be like, they're adding way too many of these fights where there's just so much time stalling because they want the monster to do a cool cinematic thing. And imagine people who just, like, want to be genuinely just really, really good at the fight and the kind of, like, cinematic pomp and circumstance wears off considerably. Like, dude, I just want to fight the monster. So yeah, I won't say I don't get it. I just won't say that I hate it. Because, like, I do think it is cool. And, like, the pretty lights and flashing colors are still pretty fucking neat and nifty. And it is cool to see that, like, kind of actualization. And different about it nowadays, like, I used to have an issue with it, but at this point in my life, I've soured on MH discussion. Can't be mad about it. I have worse things to worry about. I mean, that's perfectly valid. That you're not gonna, like, fucking crash out about just, like, video game shit. You're just here to enjoy the video game. Hey, man. I kind of get that. Which is why I, personally, I think this kind of shit is worth discussing because I just find like game design in general just interesting to discuss. But, you know, I bet you could tell just from how I talk about these games, I'm never like, oh my god, this mechanic has ruined blah, blah, blah. And I'm gonna like fucking start yelling and screaming and hopping up and down and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I think this works because of this. I don't think this works because of this. Like, that's just my kind of thing. Like, I think there's definitely a line between, like, getting angry about game mechanics and then, like, I just think this is flawed and want to have a discussion about it because I like these games and I want the games to get better. You can say the same thing very, very differently. And I think the way you say it is usually really important in actually communicating your point and getting it across and getting you on board. Yeah, tone, structure, and phrasing is actually really important in terms of debate and discussion. Who would have thought? That's why I try not to get heated about these games. Alright, let's do one more run for stockpiling purposes. Oh yeah, I've got some excess materials just because of like gathering and whatnot. I don't need these in here. Inventory, I don't need that in here. Don't need that in here. I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I think I'm going to go for the Carver meal so I can get myself a Worn Dragon Gem. Carver meal is... No, Caprice. Moxie. Carver. Carver is a Zooz. Bink. I used to be, like, big about it, like you, and was cool with big discussion. Yeah, no. At the same time, dude, I totally get it. Like... I think those of us, because I'd imagine, and I know for a fact, a lot of us who, like, are in here, like, watching like, making content for Monster Hunter, and watching streams on Monster Hunter, and are active in the communities of Monster Hunter discourse, or, like, actively talking about it all the time. Sometimes I do think it can get away from us, that there's a whole bunch of people who do still, like, really, really, really like these games, genuinely. But at the same time, they work a 9 to 5 and they have a social life and they have other hobbies and they play sports. And it's like, if you have issues with the games, you're not going to get them on your side by jumping around and yelling and screaming and a whole bunch of shit. It's just like, yeah, just like this, and the other thing. Like, yeah, no, I can agree with that. Or like, I can see your perspective. Yeah, no, there's the kind of the whole thing. It's why I kind of flinch every once in a while when some people talk really, really bad about, like, oh man, the normies and whatnot. Like, there's a bunch of people who just think the game is really cool but have a million other things and can't really be bothered to learn how hit zone values and the damage formula and stagger limits work. Like, give some people a break. You know what I mean? It's kind of a side tangent. I feel like I kind of pulled that one out of my ass a little bit. It's kind of the same thing. Is kind of what Nox just said. It's just like not getting super heated over MH discussion. It's like, yeah, no. I mean, if you actually want your points to get across to people who aren't as invested, it depends how you communicate that point. Because like I could wax poetic about a whole bunch of stuff that I think about with Monster Hunter to like Austin all the time, but like. Austin works a full-time job, and he coaches baseball, and has other friends, and has his whole thing with his family. Like, if I'm gonna fucking start yelling and screaming about the clutch call, I was gonna be like, alright, you fucking loser, go outside. There's weapons I've enjoyed on a per-game basis, like Gunlance and Wilds is easily its best version. I kind of find charm with how they try to make it work in World and Iceborne. Yeah, dude, we talk about Gunlance a lot, just because I've played it a lot. What a weird trajectory that weapon's been on. I will say, if you haven't played it and you have the game, I do love Rise Gunlance so far. Love Rise Gunlance. And I do like World Iceborne Gunlance. It's just balanced really odd. Because this is before shells had scaling on them. Like, proper, like, scaling with attack. They were still just like shell leveling. So they tried to do, so like the way that just motion values worked with the attacks that they added, some of the, like the pure melee attacks just got like so much stronger, especially in base world. And then they tried to do, I think Wormstake Cannon is the one where you stick in the monster, right? Because you use like it's Wormstake Blast, I think, is the time detonation. Wormstake Cannon, I think, is the stick in that does double damage on explosions. Then you had to get the Wormstake Cannon to stick, and like that's not impossible, but it comes on like the end of the combo, and if you want to get in a certain position, that's a little obnoxious. But like that's kind of what the wall bangs are for with Gunlance anyway. But dude, I gotta tell you, if you got like Wormstake Blast in a spot that had like a pretty good stagger limit or something like that, like you could rock a monster's shit with Wormstake Cannon with Gunlance. Blast Cannon is the one we've had. Yeah, okay. Cannon is, I'm telling dude, I get him. I feel like I ask this question every single time. Wait to get to the fire everything switch skill in Sunbreak. That move is so fun. Yeah, no, the most recent one I got is like the reload, like the guard point on the quick reload. I've been noodling around with that one to see if I like it. It's interesting at the very least. Got college on the way. I could care less if Gog and the Allmother do the Safi bike, but 30% different. I'm just gonna play Rivals and play MH. Yeah, dude. If you don't care, I can't make you care. And I shouldn't try to make you care is my thing. I believe it's called gatekeeping. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, no, I do not poo-poo on people who like this game casually for not understanding all the mechanics. Some people do, and I kind of flinch when that happens. Let's see. At this point, I just play what I enjoy in each MH game. That's kind of how I go. Yeah, I've never had, like, a strict weapon loyalty. I'll have kind of, like, my guys that'll usually stick around in most incarnations, but, like, Rise and Sunbreak was, like, Lance, Swax, SNS, and that kind of stuff. In this game, it's been, like, some Swax, some dualies, a lot of bow, a lot of gun lance, a fair bit of greatsword. I've been all over the place with weapons in this game, which is awesome for me because I want to be sucked into playing a whole bunch of weapons. I want to like a whole bunch of the weapons. Thank you for the 5. Now I'm curious, when was the last time you got heated over Monster Hunter Discussion, Connor? I think the last time I got genuinely heated was, I think it was the discussion on the 9-star monsters when the 9-stars came out, because I did a video talking about the 9-star, because I got legitimately kind of miffed, because there was this chart that came out, it like did some rounds on like Reddit and Twitter and whatnot, and like it had all of the monster images and whatnot, and it was like the monster roster of Monster Hunter Wilds, and then it had exclusively the monsters that were on the 9-star table and stuff like that, and like but here's the roster of Monster Hunter Wilds according to fucking Fujioka or whoever the hell directs this game or whatever. And I'm like, you stupid dipshit baby ingrate. That is quantifiably not how the investigation system works in this game. You actively want to go looking for investigations with 9-star quest modifiers that have tier 1 and tier 2 monsters on them because their inclusion adds more 9-star rewards to the pool no matter what tier they actually are on. You get a ton of bang for your buck for adding things like a Chatacabra or an Ajarakan or something like that onto a 9-star quest. So, like, and with things like the melding systems and whatnot in this game, with, you know, how the facilities in a zoos work, there's even more, there's even more functionality for you to be farming en masse because, you know, with the amount of part breaks that you get, basically saying, like, there is a ton of material use for tier 1 and tier 2 monsters in this game. No, you dipshit, there isn't actually only just the 9-star monsters. A fuck ton of these actually count if you understand how the reward systems in this game work in the slightest. Like, that infographic that went out, I'm like, you do not actively pay attention to how this game functions, you piece of garbage. I hated when that image was doing the rounds. Around like TU2 and whatnot. That one I got tilted at because I'm like, you're just not paying attention. You're actively not paying attention to how this works. It's actually really cool. Wilds has some systems that kick the ass of the Monster Hunter, the Monster Roster replayability of most other titles in this series. Like, the way the investigations work, say whatever you want about them, but just the way that they balance their reward pools incentivizes you to actually backtrack and fight a lot of the lesser monsters, because they actually have reason to be on the reward tables and add to the reward tables for the higher level stuff that you want to be going for, which is really, really cool that they're not just adding their own rewards to it. They're actually influencing those top level rewards that you want to be grinding for. And then again, with melding, they have a whole bunch of material stuff that you can just toss in a vat because, you know, with wound closers and part breaks and the way, like, investigations and stuff works, you're just naturally going to be accruing a whole lot of monster parts of anything you fight with any system, with any means of regularity. And even if it's not the most optimal stuff for melding, it's still just several hundred points of melding materials that you have in your inventory. So, actually, no, the game is not incentivizing you to only fight these 6 monsters. There's very credible reason for you to be fighting virtually everything on the roster with some level of repetition. And that's really, really awesome that this game is able to do that. The only other game that I can really think of that had mechanical incentive to do that is probably something like the Anomaly system in Sunbreak, due to how the Anomaly materials and Bahari's reward system works. But you just don't know how it works. That was the last one where I'm like, dude, fucking pay attention. Like, please. I was eating. Did Connor actually fucking say... Did I? I didn't... Huh. Did I stutter? Well, Monster's kiting and Connor fighting right now. I don't see it on the roster infographic. Yeah, dude, this monster's not in the game. Saw someone make one image comparing the tempered Arkveld and AT Arkveld with the Office. It's the same monster. That, again, that's also just quantifiably not true. That's so not true. You're not paying attention. That's, one of those it's kind of, this one's maybe a little bit less irksome, because I know not everybody has played 4 Ultimate, but when people say that, like, oh, Blue Kutku, or Purple Gypsaros, or Black Diablo, anything that was like a subspecies with some carryover into, that was in like 4th generation out of 1st or 2nd generation, and they're like, dude, it's just the exact same monster, like, it has nothing different about it. It fills the exact same role. Like, why would we ever need this to come back ever again? And we're like, no, go watch the gameplay. They have new combos. They have new stuff. Their gear does different things and different skills. Their weapons are, like, slightly different. Usually a little bit better. Like, what do you mean? These aren't the same. They haven't been the same monster in, like, 11 years. But there is definitely some stuff where it's a matter of, like, again, I don't expect, quote unquote, the normies to understand every underlying mechanic, and I understand, like, if some things get changed around for, like, appeal to, like, a more casual base, blah 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 blah. It's in some places good, in some places bad, etc. etc. That there's a couple of things where, like, dude, please pay attention. Use your eyes. Use your retention of information, please. I beg you. You're saying that conventional Arkveld and AT Arkveld are the same fight. You have something wrong with your short-term memory. You might want to actually get yourself cognitively checked. Please pay attention. But that's the whole thing. Like, some people will be like, oh, Diablos and Monoblos. Like, that's the exact same monster. They haven't been the exact same monster since, like, 2013. It was 13 years ago. No, probably one was for you in. So no, they weren't like base 4. No, I think for you was 2013 in Japan. I think base 4 was 2012 in Japan. For you might have been 2013 in Japan. One way or the other. It's been over a decade since those two were the exact same monster. That's not a relevant argument anymore. Saying that, like, blue Kutku and red Kutku are the same monster hasn't been factually trackable in a very, very long time. Some people just kind of espouse it.
It's airborne.
Use your sacred to pursue it.
Started to pick up for you again after a while. Holy shit, Zamtrios is so sick. Hell yeah, dude. Zamtrios is sick. A little bit bullyable, but such a really, really fun monster with so much fucking charm. And also, unironically, just really, really cool. He's a great creation. Even in 4, Diablos and Monoblos are different. Yeah, that's what I said. They've been different since 4. I think technically, to be technically correct, I think that they've been different since 4U. Because if I remember correctly, I think base 4 didn't even have a desert map and didn't have the Blosses in it. I think some of that desert stuff got retroactively added into high rank. I'd have to check that again. I think that was the case. Alright, bring the bitch down. There we go. Right back into it. I thought it was going to paw slam. Let me dust that real quick. There we go.
Contact anti-wyvern guns.
There we go.
Got its power in check.
I'm using the compact anti-wyvern gun.
Ow. We probably could have saved that because we already passed check, but I mean, damage is damage. Gonna go into... Yep. We need invaders back for sure. Like a proper fight invader, I agree. Yeah. Hope people will stop crying now about how hard the game should be at high rank. Yeah. I do hope we don't get another conversation of, like, why isn't the high rank game punishing me as much as fucking Sunbreak and Iceborne? I don't know. MH difficulty discussion's a whole thing that we're probably going to go through again, and I'm not looking forward to it. Ah, well. Some shit's just going to come in cycles.
Compact anti-wyvern gun.
There we go. No, stay down longer. I want to do fucking sword attacks on your head. Fuck. You bitch. Ow. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna have to actually try and get... I want to be good at longsword versus GOG, because I think in theory it's really fun. I am not. I am not good at it. He's got a wound on the other side of the tail. Got it. Thank you, Hyper Armor. Uh-oh. Shit, shit, shit. Fuck. Really? We managed to get him to proof, but couldn't kill him, huh? He wasn't even up in the air that long, either. He's probably gonna be dead the second he comes down. Alright, back out of the way.
It's preparing an attack.
Fabius, where are you, big guy? There you are. I figured he was invincible up there. Alright, time to fall over. Yep, bye-bye. Good shit. Let me get on that. Imagine if the only thing signifying invader was like hearing a certain sound cue, like the wind whooshing for Volstrax, Basal Roar, or Magnum Hollow ping before it dive bombs. Like it ain't even on the map or anything like that. And then it just automatically goes like right directly into the fight. It could be cool.
Those days are long gone now.
You have failed me, Carver Meal. Damn you. I like how the NPC hunters also get up on top of the dead body. Hot take, modern MH final bosses need to stop using Proofy Hero at the end. It peaked with Fatalis and it gets worse. I don't think GOG needs it. I think you're kind of underestimating the amount of times that Proof of a Hero has been used as a boss theme in a lot of these games. This isn't, I don't know, it's not, this isn't something that World made up. And considering the fact that it's supposed to be like the hunter's anthem and like the trial through some like great dramatic challenge, you did say hot take. I cannot agree with you. I'm sorry, Daniel. I cannot disagree. I cannot agree. You did say hot take, though. And that is indeed a hot take. Very hot take indeed. Gog had proof of a hero in for you. Yeah, dude, like the Morons have proof of a hero and shit like that. But yeah, no, it was not invented with Fatalis. Alright, I'm on 63 on Element. No, 96 on Element, 63 on Affinity, which I don't think I'm playing around with. And I went through a bunch for attack, so I don't even think I'm gonna. I think I might just stick with Affinity or Elements anyway. 2 of these, anything interesting? Nope. Lovely. Gemron uses it and try. Yep. Against special orders, I think it fits well. This is why Dan doesn't like Glavenus. To each their let's see. Let's see. I can't think of very many bosses that don't do proof at some point. Shen Garen. Let's see. Shen and Lao, I believe... Hang on. Lao, I think, uses the motif a little bit, but it's not strictly proof of a hero. Shen Garen actually uses the main theme of Dose as its motif. I don't think Yama uses it. Like, the Morons use it, Gog uses it, Atal Kai uses it. Yeah, this isn't new. Lao does proof of hero. Oh, yeah, off of Dragonator. I'm thinking about Lao Phase 2. Because you do still have the Dragonator. Yep. You're correct. Lao doesn't, yeah, okay. I think Lao uses after the Dragonair. Yeah, I was thinking about Lao Phase 2. Rise using it for both Ibushi and Allmother was a little whack. Huh. You know what? If he uses it for Ibushi, I kind of forget that. So I know for a fact to use it. Like, for Final Phase Allmother, that makes sense. Using it for Geist Magorm, that makes sense. I use preview on a final area. Yep, I was wrong. You are correct. Hot take, movie should stop using the Wilhelm scream. It peaked with Fatalis. Yeah, honestly, I don't even think that's a hot take. Barring some movies where maybe like a strict comedy or something like that, if a Wilhelm scream appears in a movie that's not like that's supposed to be like a drama or something I'm supposed to be taking seriously, a Wilhelm scream rips me out of it like every single time. I honestly maybe excluding the Wilhelm scream in a couple places. At least, it's not a hot take as far as I'm concerned. There are places where it fits, but, it shows up, like, once or twice in Lord of the Rings. It shows up a couple of times in Star Wars, and then it's like, that's the Wilhelm scream. That's not a guy in the universe yelling. That's a sound effect. Goat screaming? Yeah, goat screaming hasn't been funny in, like, 15 years. And the fact that it was in that fourth Thor movie is a fucking embarrassment. I hate that fourth Thor movie. I don't know if I've ever talked about my experience with that fourth Thor movie in the theaters, but that is the one that broke me. I have not. Disney has received very little money from me ever since that fourth Thor movie. I don't think I've seen a single one of their movies in theaters since then. Not Star Wars, not Marvel. I hate that movie. I legitimately hate that movie. Wilhelm scream in the middle of the end of Hunchback of Notre Dame really took me out. Yeah, it's in a drama, it's distracting. Like, it's weird. Okay. So that's 2 GOG runs. I'm going to do a little bit of a stopover in Azu's just to make sure my stockpile's there. Some of these are freshened up, but let me just take another look-see. I hate Thor 4 Fork Found in Kitchen. Yeah, but no, it's not even like I think Thor 4 is bad. No, I hate that movie. Like I actually hate that movie. There's a whole lot of the other bad ones. I'm like, that's a shitty movie. Like it's just bad. No, I hate that one. I believe that hate should be a special. It should be a special word. Hate should mean something, and I hate that movie.
I've got
All right, let me check. Ore smelting.
this is the stuff.
I got 80 of these in the pocket right now. Okay. Yeah, I can turn these. All right, I definitely don't need 102 of these. So let me... let's do 40 in the pot. 40 for those. I'll do 30 of those. Get 34 of our calcite out of that. That works.
Time to get started.
That's nice. That's 150 of those.
Now this is
Smelt
the
using
stuff.
items. Do a little bit of a back end. I definitely don't need 70 of these. 18 of those. 20 of those. 60 of these. I don't need 60 of these. I don't think I've made all of the event armor sets, though. I should probably go in and do those, just to fucking have them for layered purposes. 121 of these. Definitely don't need all of that. Let me put like 70 of those in the pot. And do like 10 and 10 of those. 95 of those. I don't want to get rid of too many of these, because proofs are fairly important. 20 of these. 20 of these. 20 of these. And we'll do... Oh, you know, I shouldn't also do, like, all of these, because I probably also want to... Probably also want to... Actually, I'm not, like... I'm not making armor right now, but I also don't want to put, like, my entire inventory into this just for armor sphere purposes. I can always just do some free hunting off stream and whatnot and kind of get a little bit of a part stockpile going. Getting a whole bunch of Arc-Veld shit is super easy. Just trim some of the fat in the inventory. Probably burned through a lot of my excess laggy stuff. Got a fair amount of Zo stuff from the 9-star. Probably do 158 ore calcite. That's still like... maybe not 10 of those. For like weapon purposes. I should have a fair amount of some Mizu stuff. Fought a couple of them recently. Arc-Veld. Yeah, Arc-Veld's awesome because he just gets training dummied for a whole bunch of builds, so I wind up having massive, massive stockpiles of his stuff. Arc-Veld is my melding friend. I can do a couple of these. Hey, Raditz, I have 6 Nyx gems. Couple of these, couple of those. Alright, 239. Let's cross 250. And we can call it a day. There we go. 255 ore calcite. Pretty easy. Didn't Jane get cancer after Thor abandoned her and started banging his Valkyrie side piece in Thor 4? No. Thor didn't... Oh, man. Thor didn't know that she had cancer in that movie until later on. I don't... But on the scene where she reveals that she has cancer, they interrupt it with a shitty joke. That was really funny. Fashion Hunters and Wilds is true endgame. Almost done with the whole weapon tree. Just bone, metal, and Esperanza. Nice. I watched it and even liked the first 2 sequel movies, but episode 9 was just bad. Not even a fun way. It failed everything it tried and ruined the good things for the other 2. Yeah. I am definitely a sequel big disliker. 8, I think, makes me a little bit angrier. I think 9 is worse, but 9 is just so incompetent and such a mess and such just the fucking cherry on top of a failure sundae. That nine makes me laugh. 8 kind of bothers me. Honestly, 7 bothers me a little bit too. I think 8 and 9 get so much flack that 7 kind of gets away with the fact that it's also pretty bad. Like, the world building in 7 is so shit. Bum. I can still see. Okay. So I did that.
Come anytime you need some.
I think I also have a little bit of, not a huge one, because I just deposited these fairly recently. Let me hit up Suja real quick and just re-up the amount of... Honestly, if I'm re-upping these off of... Why did I just put a whole bunch of them in a vat? You know, it doesn't really matter. I'm doing my chores one way or the other. Okay. Hi, Goblin. Meld relics. Mutated armament. Yeah, I just deposited a whole ton of these earlier, so... Don't really have a lot to give right now anyway. Both of those. Let me save the battle-tempered emblems for now. Actually, I might need to do one of them, because these are only going to give me... Yeah, we do. Battle-tempered emblem, that's 960, though. Yeah, let me just put it on the pot. 18 of those. So what else do I even need these for? Oh, you know, I think you need them for... You need them for something else. All right, I'm not gonna put them all in. Not a good idea. All right, just get a couple of these back. Just see if I get like a couple of raw ones back in the stockpile. I got another one. There we go. Okay, so the question is, what do I want to hunt first, and what do I want to go after with? I think I want to do New Udra with dual blades. So let's get this going, yeah? So let's do water dual blades. Affinity Infusion. We probably just want to do Attack Infusion. I don't know when you wouldn't want to do Attack Infusion, to be perfectly honest. Chat, is there any reason why I would want to do Water Infusion instead of I would want to do Affinity Infusion rather than Attack Infusion on like this part of the setup? You guys talking about the Jurassic Park sequels now? Dude, that was another one. I watched, oh man, what was it? I watched the one after, I watched World and then the one after World and I was out. That was another one. Was it, yeah, is Dominion the one that came after World? Jurassic Park Dominion? No. What the fuck was the name of the one? They all fucking blend together, dude. I don't know. All of the World ones are not that great. Fallen Kingdom and just Lost World, blah, 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 blah. Crit Element? Yeah, but isn't Crit Element, like, not super phenomenal in this game? Like, it just doesn't scale that high. Hellblade made me realize Glavenus and GU is good. Glavenus and GU is really good. It is still the best one. Fallen Kingdom was 5. Okay. That one was hilarious. That one sucked. That one was so bad. Oh, with the fucking... That one was so bad. I love that movie. I saw that in theaters with my friends. Like, we were laughing out loud, dude. When the little girl turned out to be a clone, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, shut the fuck up. Okay, so it looks like I want to do Attack Infusion. Tilt Creek. Yeah, we can put that up in front. And then I want to reinforce with Tilt Creek, or whatever the fuck this thing's called. Just got 370 of those. Put in 10 of those. 50 of those, rather. And reinforce. Doesn't really matter. Affinity, sharpness, element, attack. Yeah, we'll be re-rolling those shits. Alright, let me do upgrade to Gogma Ardian. Dualies, Tilta Creek. Element Infusion. Arkfeld Hunger, and Buttery Leathercraft. Okay, so I don't really care about the group bonus that much. I just want Gogma Apocalypse on this. Alright, we'll do Reinforce. Yeah. Whatever, lady. What did I make a... Oh, I made that for... Yeah, I remember what I made that for. Alright, so... Reset those. Keep it on elements.
I'm ready to work.
Arkfeld's Hunger. Mizu Prowess.
Ready to get to work?
Gravius Protection.
I'm ready to work.
Doshamite. Usually I'm pretty happy with that one, but not for dualies. Nudra Mutiny.
I'm ready to work.
CR-VODcanic. Collating with Azure Moss in the future? What? Tilko's... Let's see. Uthduna Cover.
I'm ready to work.
Omega Resonance.
Look good?
Nope.
Look good?
There we go. And Guardian Protection. That's kind of a lame one, but I don't care that much. Alright. Apply these new ones? Yes. Okay. And then we want to reinforce and amend. Reset my bonuses. Just made a nice big stack of this shit. Let's see. Sharpness EX, attack 3, element 2, attack 2, element 2? That's, We got attack, sharpness, element. Again, optimal, I don't really give too much of a fucking shit about that, but, like, it's not bad. I heard Rebirth was awful. I ain't even giving that one the fucking time of day. Alright, so now I want to...
Who doesn't love a little ancient technology?
Reinforcement, Eternal Cusp. I want to keep my bonuses.
Ready to get to work?
Let's see. Element EX, attack 2, element 2, sharpness EX. Let me keep that one at least for now, because that's definitely better. Let's see. Attack EX, sharpness EX, element 2, element attack 2. I mean, that's not, like, the best roll in the world, but, like, that's 3 EXs and all of them are pretty decent. I watched Rebirth by myself and didn't mind it. Remember doing a field survey with this TV camera crew and talking for an hour with the camera guys about how lame Jurassic World Rebirth was? Killed off all the dinosaurs. What's the part of the Jurassic Park movies? A great question. Great question. The point is making Universal money. Never seen a movie be so adamant about being new and unique and also insistent on carrying on with the same old slop at the same time, and yet that's exactly what Rebirth is. That's kind of what Force Awakens is, too. I'm gonna be honest. That movie gets away with a lot because 8 made a lot of people mad, and 9's really stupid. Nobody likes dinosaurs anymore. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. Whoever said that's dumb, you put that in quotation marks. I'm not calling you out, but nobody likes dinosaurs anymore. That's fucking stupid. I'm not trying to be like, here's a dinosaur, go fight it. Hell yeah, dude. This is the dinosaur game. We're all here being autistic about the dinosaur game. Okay, so yeah, we have Gogma Apocalypse. We have attack 2, element 2, attack EX, sharpness EX, element EX. With water attack infusion longsword, so... Or dual blades, rather. I think that's pretty good. But you see there was another island with dinosaurs. Yeah, that was interesting in the second movie. You can't do that again. Alright, so now, from here, we're going to change our equipment. We're going to go to the sets. We're going to go to my reset sets. And we're going to go with Eternal Cusp Watcher. Cool looking dualies. So now, here's my question. So I need 3 pieces of GOG, yes. The other thing is, if Flayer's going to be like a big part of this,
Anything catch your eye?
do this, and then I want to do... Can I sort by skills in this game? Add to wishlist skill info. Toggle comparison control. Is there not a filter thing? Could have sworn there is. I'm probably pressing the wrong. Hang on. Take all that off. Skill info. Add to wish list. Armor pigment toggle comparison. Am I dumb? 2-piece arc would work? Probably, yeah. I just want to look around at what my options are. I kind of wish that there's more big budget dinosaur movies that isn't Jurassic World. There was the, didn't, like, Adam Driver had, like, one where they, like, fucking go back in time or some bullshit? And that one bombed. Yeah, equipment skills. There we go. What's that one? Oh, it says default. Okay, that's why I didn't pick up on it. All right, let me take a look at F for Flare. This is Garkveld, Gammaveld, Ardian, Dreamwalker. Alright, Gammaveld is just gonna be good. So let's see. Flare 2, Wex 2. That's actually probably great, because we're probably really going to want Wex because we're focus firing on wounds. Elemental Absorption on a Flare. Flare and a Blight Res. I mean, that's decent. And then there's also the question of what GOG pieces I want. I think it's either one of the GOG heads that has Decimator on it. Okay. 65? Yeah, some shit like that. So weird how the world just set in stone that the only big dinosaur media that can exist outside of Jurassic Park is action B-movies and documentaries. I mean, Disney took a crack at it with a couple of animated movies. I don't know, like, there's the Pixar one and there's the Disney one that's literally just fucking called Dinosaur. I don't think either of those are, like, especially good. So I almost definitely want those gauntlets. Alright, so probably going to be Gammaveld. We'll do revert to default. Look for the Gogma pieces that I want. Gogma's going to be up here. Let me take a look here. Yeah, with Decimator, because Decimator's going to be... Restores health when destroying a wound on a large monster. I don't think that's needed, but it's definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. It's nice, it's a little bit of extra utility, so I see why you would want to point to that, Raditz. Considering the fact that I'm not deliberately closing wounds, it's not, like, the most important thing in the world, but I see why you would want it, why you would point in this direction. That's probably a good option still. Jurassic World number 10. Oh my god, guys, we found a 500th island with a bunch of ancient mole rats as the main predators, but also remember, we were cool 50 years ago. Kinda. New Fossil Fighter games, and this like Land Before Time didn't have a strange hold on people's childhoods. Crazy. True, I do think Land Before Time, I mean, people still talk about it a little bit. I'll get like the odd Land Before Time video essay every now and again. It's definitely not like a big cultural presence anymore. Let's see. So it's peak performance, elemental absorption. Those skills aren't phenomenal. Elemental absorption is going to be increases elemental attack. One active moderately increases elemental attack and resistance to element taken. It does give elemental attack on damage taken, but if we're playing dualies, optimal. This bet works better with a weapon that like offsets or some bullshit, because that can still take blights through. Especially if we're no, but we could run blight res on that one piece of Gamma Veld, because that'll give blight res, but it would still take the elemental damage. So I mean, like, elemental absorption would still do something. Peak performance, not much of anything. This is the man playing Evolve, dude. I wish it was regular Evolve. Let's see here. Maximum Might and Agitator. Maximum Might for dualies? No. Also, I think the gauntlets for Gamma Veld we were already planning on using. Adrenaline Rush speed reading. Speed reading. Burst is probably a decent idea, and I was looking at probably taking the legs, so... Again, that's peak performance in Agi. This is the slottage is nice. Alright, so we wanted to do Decimator, so that'd be Beta Gogma Helm. If I wanted to get Decimator 2, that means I need at least one piece of Gark Veld. I know we probably want one piece of Gamma Veld. Gamma Veld has Hasten Recovery. Hasten Recovery is also on it too. Regenerates a small amount of health as you continually attack a monster. Yeah, that's not as good as like a full-on health augment. That one's not super reliable. So one way or the other, if I wanted to build for Hasten Recovery or Decimator, it's a little bit of incoming health. Those gauntlets, I think, are just like super good for this build. This is also 2 3s, 2 blight res, which is good for elemental. Yeah, okay, I might do... Yeah. Gamma Gauntlet, Gamma Veld Gauntlet, Gamma Veld Grieve. And then do... Beta Gog Helm. And then it doesn't really matter what chest I pick. There's Adrenaline Rush, Speed Eating. Adrenaline Rush would be nice for dualies at the very least. Speed Eating is nice. Aqua Mobility, sure. That's not going to hurt anything. And then the other one would be Waste, so that's Burst and Peak Performance. Okay, so Burst... I mean, yeah, I'm going to have 3 pieces of Peak Performance are probably going to be the most useless thing on here. Speed Eating is decent utility. Aqua Mobility is going to be very conditional. It's still, I mean, like, if I don't get hit, it's still plus 10 extra attack. So that's, like, nothing on Raw, I guess. Though I don't think I'm going to have much on here that's going to do much in terms of, like, multipliers on that. That's going to be a little bit of Adrenaline Rush. That's plus 15. A little bit of Burst. I know you don't need to over-invest in Burst unless you're really going for, like, the Ebony stuff. So it's going to be moderate. Yeah, that doesn't give me any fucking numbers. Let's see. These dinosaurs have some good stuff coming out in the documentary space. Prehistoric planet, surviving Earth into the dinosaurs, etc. So glad to be surrounded by fellow fossil fighter frontier haters. I have no dog in that race, but apparently you guys know what you're talking about. How hard it would be to make a new fossil fighter game. I don't know. It depends who owns it. We all hate dino cars here. That's a whole discussion that I am not privy to, apparently. Okay, so I think I got... Oh, I do need to actually... forge Gamma Gog... Or, Beta Gog Helm. Yep, okay, so it's going to take my War-Torn Dragon Gem. Glad that I have the one in stock.
Alrighty, perfection.
Let's equip that. Upgrade that.
Look good?
Don't feel... I'm not going to worry about transcending right now. So we're doing that one. Which chest specifically doesn't matter. I have the beta one, so we're just going to run the beta one. Do I already have? I do have you upgraded, and we're doing... I have both wastes, whichever waste doesn't matter. That one's upgraded, and that one's upgraded. Okay. And then for the Gamma Veld... Gauntlet, upgrade.
I'm ready to work.
I might have enough left over for... Yeah, I'm doing that one. Unless I already have... Nope, okay. So I'll have to invest in some armor spheres a little bit later on. So... Pan over here. Gogma on chest. And we'll do Gogma on waist. And we'll do Gogma on Or we'll do Gamma Veld. We'll look at Tally in a moment. Remove all decorations. Okay, so here's our starting point. So what don't I have? So I have some investment in Flare, some investment in Peak Performance, some investment in Adrenaline Rush, Wex, Burst, Blight Res, Elemental Absorption, Speed Eating, and Aqua Silt Mobility. Okay. What do I have in terms of... Let me just see what I have. Evade window. That's just a full evade window. 4. Evade 3, attack 2. Evade 3, slugger 1. And then evade 2. Okay. So I could do conventional evade window. Evade 3, attack 2 wouldn't be bad, because then... No, but if I wanted to get multiplier attack boost, I'd need to put in, like, 2 other points of attack boost on here is the annoying part. Unless I just wanted to have a little bit of straggler attack boost, that's only going to go up by 5 raw. Because what do I need? Yeah, I need 4 to get multiplier. And even then, it's like 2%. That also gives me another 2 slot. I think this one is slightly better bang for the buck. Because it's just 1 tick down. Has any of the Bone Boys proposed trying out Far, Far West? I have never heard of that. And if I haven't heard of it, I doubt the other guys have. If Rivals has taught me anything, dinosaurs will unite a community for an entire week. Yeah, didn't you just get, you just got, like, Devil Dinosaur, right? In whatever season's coming out? When did the movie Cars come out? I think pre-2010. Let me see here. Yeah, because Slugger's useless. Attack boost, I just really kind of can't cozily get the multiplier. Razor Sharp, Power Prolonger, Focus, and then whatever element you need. Also true, yeah. Evade Window would be nice, but I also... How many 2s do I have on this? 1. I have 2 2s. Okay, well, let me see what other options I have. Razor Sharp is a decent call, especially for dual blades. I like that call. Did get a Sharpness EX, but having a little bit more of a buffer is not a bad idea. This one is 2 Razor Sharp, a Protective Polish, and a Water Attack's actually really nice for that. Actually, is that really nice, though? Because, that's going to make decorations kind of messy. So 1, a 2, and a 2. That's not, yeah. 2 Razor Sharp, a Bludgeoner, and a Foray. 1 Razor Sharp, 2 Quick Sheath, and a Blast Res. Alright, let me check right here real quick, see what I have for Razor Sharp. Razor Sharp full, Razor Sharp in a stream, Razor Sharp with element, then Razor Sharp on a 2. Okay. Kind of have to math this out a little bit. It's Helldivers plus Deep Rock Galactic as Robot Cowboys. Huh. Okay, that sounds kind of fun. I have not heard of this, but just on the premise, that sounds interesting. Okay, let me see. Yeah, so I could do that. Give me 1 point of Razor Sharp on that one, and then go over here. That's a Razor Sharp with a Protective Polish, a 1 slot, a 2, and a 2. It'd have a Bleed Over Water Attack, but that does give me full Razor Sharp with a Protective Polish. Protective Polish 1, no sharpness loss for 30 seconds. Goes up to 90, huh? That's pretty good. Yeah, so I could do a Spillover Water Attack with a full Razor Sharp and a little bit of Protective Polish. That's a option, but this also gives me an attack slot deco. Could do it. Foray's completely useless. Bludgeoner's also really not that interesting for this, because... yeah, because that's for... Yeah, Razor Sharp and Bludgeoner. I should probably actually trash that one at some point. I gotta do a Deca Tally Purge at some point. Now, that's a Razor Sharp 1 with a 2 quick... Yeah, that's an option. 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 Focus element or decos? I believe so, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, Focus does have elemental decos. I don't know if I need to... I could do something along the lines of... Oh, do I only have Focus Blaze? I don't have a Focus Stream. Huh. So if I had that, I could do... Because if one other has element on it... Yeah, because this does. So I could do... I could do Power Prolonger. Actually, no, I don't know if I'd want to do that because I probably want to get Crit Boost on here as well. You could do a Razor Sharp, Focus, and Power Prolonger all element deco if you have them. Yeah, I do. That's unfortunate. What do I have that's good for Crit Boost as well? Because I could just go with Evade Window. Critical Eye, Critical Draw. Do I not have Crit Boost on any tally? Maybe that's not a thing. Or maybe I just don't have any because I didn't get any good ones. Yeah, especially if Wex is going to be a good part of this and Gogma Apocalypse is going to be a good part of this. I probably still want... Yeah. Like, Focus and Power Prolonger would both definitely be good. We can also finagle a whole bunch of numbers around. So if I want to do Enhancer Stream... And then do a Razor Stream. Because the way dual blades also work, yeah, I don't feel like I need like that much resource management. Okay, a 2-water attack. Then I wanted to do Critical Boost. Let me see. Crit Boost has no decos, which makes me sense. Okay. My experience, Razor Sharp isn't all that helpful on dual blades in this game. Useful, but not absolutely essential, like in a lot of old gen. What's the goal? Let's see. So with Razor Sharp on this thing... 50% chance of no sharpness loss. I mean, 50% chance at max. That's still pretty good. Alright, let me check my... Because I don't have an optimal thing for that, but let me see. Constitution with a sleep functionality. I have... Master's Touch. Ooh, Master's Touch with an Agitator. I don't know if I need to invest in Agitator. That's also Master's Touch, especially if we're going... And this thing is going to have... Get back out of this real quick. Master's Touch, maybe. Go back to my 8s real quick. Master's Touch, which is an Agi. Speed Sharpening with a no. Tetra with a no. Guard, no. Blast Attack, no. Piercing Foray, no. Razor Sharp, no. Ballistics, no. Punish Draw. Dragon Attack. Proc Polish and Para-Res. Normal Shot, no. Master's Touch with Divine Blessing and Adaptability? I might want Agi over that, though. That's still a really nifty charm right there. Razor Sharp Bludgeoner, a Foray. Off Guard, no. Sleep Attack, no. Crit Status, no. Grit Draw. Power Prolonger, no. Tetrad, no. Master's Touch on a Bombardier. Pair Attack and a Blade. Yeah, let me do Master's Touch and Agi in a 1. take that one, and we can put it into the stream that I need. This isn't optimal because, actually, no, it still keeps... It's the question of, well... I don't have focus stream, so I'd have to keep up enhancer stream anyway for this to function. But this will put me 3 crit boost, full water attack, full razor sharp, full power prolonger, and master's touch for weapon skills. God, the lists on this thing are already cracked. Can't read. Oh, that's not on decos? Yeah. IMO Protective Polish is the best sharpness skill for dual blades. Let's see. Razor Sharp Stream. Well, does Proc Polish... Well, if I have... Actually, if considering the fact that I have Razor Sharp and Master's Touch, I don't think I need Proc Polish. I don't need Proc Polish. Especially if we're going to invest more so... So I only need... So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 slots on this. Oh, no, wait. That's my swax. I have 4 slots on this. So let's see. I don't believe I need to go full investment in max Flare. Flare 4 is probably going to be fine. Tenderizer, I want full investment. Full Tenderizer, because that means that when we're hitting wounds, we have 50 affinity. Especially if we're rocking Master's Touch and Crit Boost on this, that is pretty important. And the other one, we do have Gogm Apocalypse, which is a really important part of this. So you could do... Good night, book nerd. Bye-bye. Could do Agi, because Agi's going to bring us up to 5% affinity, so it's 55 on wounds when enraged. Yeah. Okay, so that's 55% with Razor Sharp and Proc Polish, with Crit Boost, Full Auto Attack. 55% is still really nice. We do have Elemental Absorption as well. I think that's the best we're getting out of crit chance, unless I get like a slightly different thing, and then I could slot like a crit eye in that slot and move some shit around. Nah, I don't even know because I'm keeping the crit boost on there, so I want to do that. Okay, so we have that so far. I don't think much else here is going to enhance crit. That's attack, 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 attack. That's affinity. But if we're running dual blades, then we're definitely not running maximum might. Or, no, not really. Potential destroyer we don't really need. Coalescence, no. Ambush, no. We could just go with evade window. Good old-fashioned evade window. We have 2 of these we can invest in. Evade window is just nice. We do have adrenaline boost on this as well. It just kind of damages damage. And dual blades has a whole bunch of extra stuff with... Yeah, I think... Just for the weapon and how the weapon functions in game. Let's stick with Evade Window. Evade Window 2 should still be pretty nice. And then we can use our 1 slots, I think, for stamina conservation for the most part. Constitution, evading or performing certain other actions. Sprinter, that's going to be continuous. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these to play with. They do kind of just like a little bit of a spread here and do 2 of these and 3 of these. Marathon Runner is a must. Yeah, well, we got two Marathon Runner, 3 Con on there. Master Rank is going to make that list longer with both 4-level combo decos. Yeah, dude, Master Rank is going to go it's going to be cracked. Oh, the amount of stuff we're going to be making at the very, very end of this game is going to be bullshit. So, okay. For any of those of you who are just kind of like new or hanging around, haven't been the entire time, the whole experiment here is playing around with the wounds. Because with the wounds, especially in certain matchups, what they do is they actually give you some really, really, really nice elemental hit zones in this game. In some places where the elemental hit zones aren't like the greatest ever in terms of series history, there's some okay elemental matchups, there's some not so great elemental matchups. Our goal, effectively, is to work with a set that is mostly element and flare, that has the purpose of keeping the wounds open and active and actually not using wound closers on them, taking advantage of the increased hit zone modifiers, and seeing just how good we can crank up elemental damage and those kinds of things, because in a number of cases, these hit zone changes can be really, really, really nice to elements. So there's, I think I'm going to take a look at New Udra first, just because of the amount of tendrils he has access to, but we can also take a look at, I believe, things like a Jardakan, a couple of other places as well for water, because we built for water first. I think this general strategy, if it is any good, can be applicable to things like SNS, Dualies, Bow, Charge Blade, maybe a couple of other places. We're starting with Dual Blades because I like Dual Blades, and I like the Dual Blades versus New Udra matchup just in general. So, the whole crux of this currently, we have Water already in Dual Blades. They are built with water and attack increases. I think I have, what? An Elemental EX, a water attack EX, a Sharpness EX, and then an attack 2 and an Element 2 on here. The main goal here is we have a lot of Flare. I don't think we needed to invest in the entirety of Flare, but we have a lot of Gamma Veld here for Flare 4. We have Wex here at maximum, so we have just automatic 50% on open wounds. We have 4-piece GOG built in with the Ardian stuff to get 40% element increase on Enrage, so our elemental agitator. We have 2 points of conventional agitator for an extra 5% affinity on Rage as well, so Rage on wounds is going to be 55% affinity. With this set, we also got 2 points of burst, which is some extra raw and element on continuous damage. We have adrenaline rush and evade window because it's dual blades, and this kind of just came with the set. We have some stamina conservation with constitution and marathon runner. Blight resistance also kind of just came with this set, as well as elemental absorption, which is kind of nice, as elemental absorption is going to give me a little bit of extra element damage just flat out, and blight resistance is just a good comfy skill. In terms of other comfy skills, Aqua Mobility and Speed Eating also came with this set. Let's see. And then from there, Peak Performance is also baked in. That's really probably not going to have too much of a lingering effect. Crit Boost was put in because we're indulging a whole lot with wound exploitation and weakness exploit, so just kind of a good idea in general to keep the raw damage up, because there's a potential with 4-piece GOG Apocalypse that we hit elemental cap with all of this, so having it so that raw isn't completely uninvested in, I think is still a good call here. So the combination of Wex with 3 crit boost is going to be pretty important for some extra numbers. Crit element I did not invest in, as I've heard that that was never balanced to be a particularly great skill in this game. We also just needed some room for other utility stuff. Water attack hin has been slotted into its maximum level on some decos using the level 8 talisman as well as some other ones. I did not have a focus in Stream Jewel, so we have a power prolonger in Stream Jewel. With how generous resource management in this game is, I felt like we're probably fine if we had focus or power prolonger. I really don't think we necessarily need both to keep our damage up. Just power prolonger in general is probably going to be fine. For sharpness conservation, also baked into the decorations is Razor Sharp and Master's Touch. Master's Touch is it guarantee again in this game? I don't know if they changed it, because I know Rise changed it. 80% chance of no sharpness. Okay, so 80% chance of no sharpness loss when active, which is on a critical hit. And at maximum potential, we do have 55% affinity on this build, though it is conditional 55% affinity. But 80% chance of no sharpness loss on there, as well as Razor Sharp, which is a conventional 50% total coin flip of not losing sharpness. And we do have a sharpness EX. So that is the set currently. This is also, if you weren't here earlier on, this is very likely going to be a video. This chunk is probably of me describing the build currently and going into it. This is very likely just going to be clipped and put into the video, so you are currently probably on YouTube. I mean, you are on YouTube. This is being streamed on YouTube, but you're probably in a YouTube video right now. All the damage skills Fatalis Armor had was Wex and Crit Boost. Blood Awakening is Gigadum. My build is even stronger. Yeah, maybe. But this one is a little bit more specialized. Because this one's deliberately going after something a little bit more specific. So I'd imagine they're, like I said, from the top, this is not built with the intention to be optimal or meta. This is experimenting with the wound mechanic and just seeing what it has to offer and how it can be played around with. Hi, Mom, I'm on YouTube. Alright, let me see here. I don't know if there's anything that's really going to help me. Though I might learn... Extends the invulnerability. I don't know if... You know, I'll just take that. Fucking whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
For now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to do this single player. And I just want to do... a regular one for now. So let's just kind of do... Alright, so we'll do Inferno Laid Bare first. Post and join settings. We're just going to have it at single player for now. We're just going to do a conventional new Udra and see what happens. It's probably going to get blitzed just because this is high-end level shit.
Quest accepted.
Alright, let's take a look. See what happens. All that work, we're about 2 hours into stream. To be fair, we did do a good amount of just, like, chit-chatting and whatnot.
Let's have another hug with no surprises today.
There you are. Just... Thank you, game. Just fucking... Just drop... Why? Just let me jump. Oh my god. Oh, the dogs were so much better. The dogs were so much better. They really, really were. Dude, if you go up there... No. Don't fucking gravitate, you stupid, retarded bird. And that second one, it just, like, magnetized the pole, too, is the shitty part.
Materials I find into your field pack.
Okay. There we go. You'll excuse me if the gameplay is also not phenomenal. There we go. Okay. There's our slot right there. Yeah, those numbers definitely went up. They try to get another one, so I really kind of see what we're looking at here. So that's looking like it hitting 2020s. 50s on those. Bumps up to 60s. Yeah, they definitely close really fast, but that is not a surprise. Seeing 70s on there, 60s on there, 50s on there. Seeing like 20s on there, teens on there. That's probably a bit of Gogma Apocalypse going down. I don't think he's enraged anymore currently. I could have had that if I was mining stamina. Alright, there's one gone. Stamina or sharpness conservation definitely seems to be pretty good. Early on that, or late on that, rather. Oh, you're talking to the cat. Okay. Judging my gameplay because this is a matchup I know very well. Okay. I'm sure you're crashing out and screaming about it. Took a little bit to lose the sharpness. It's still not... Yeah, to be fair, we're investing a lot of our crit chance into Wex. There's also the fact that we have to remember... that body parts do have a limitation of how many times they can be wounded. Yeah. Ah, that was early. Panicked on that one. Good pop. That's another one gone. I'm probably going to eventually need to like look at this in slow motion and really see like how the numbers change and whatnot. It's another flame gem. Holy shit. He is already limping. I don't even feel like I've been playing that well. Granted, this is like very low level Nudra. I feel like just in terms of just like sheer damage output, this is doing pretty fucking good. There's also the fact that the stronger monsters are just going to have higher wound integrity, so that's going to be something interesting to look at. I might go right for an AT next. Are you... This might clip you. Yep. Oh. I keep forgetting that fucking stupid frog's there. Cat, come here. Thank you. Alright, I got 2 right there. I've always sucked at his roar timing. Alright, How heavy is... I mean, it doesn't have, like, a big hit on it. Hit for 50 on that one? Okay. I might be hitting, potentially, element cap on that. That's another one of those ripped off. There's another one about to open right there. So far, it definitely feels good. Spike plus, tentacle. You know what I should really do is I should do part breaker cutting damage and just do some new Udra farming with the Carver meal and just rack up a whole fuck ton of points off of such a high level monster for part melding and shit like that. I like fighting new Udra, so it'd be worthwhile doing. New Udra, tier 8 hammer, rip Jin apart. Yeah, Sharpness Conservation on this has generally also been pretty good. Yeah, alright. Just in terms of sheer output, he did get kind of schmixed. Though how much of that is playing around with the wounds is how much of that is just like, this is a pretty fucking decent build. We could definitely test it out with something with a little bit more resiliency. Initial test, though, some of my numbers were hitting up to around like 70 to 80 with some dual blade hits. So that was pretty good to see. This is the main issue, thinking about the build with the fact that the wounds pop almost instantly, so you're better off using the closer. It'll probably do more damage. Maybe. That one, I'd probably have to, like, experiment back and forth with the actual numerics of it. It is worth remembering that a monster that's just going to have hardier statistics is going to have hardier wounds on it. So I definitely want to keep checking and keep experimenting. Some of it is going to have to be like a post-process thing where I actually fucking look at my numbers.
Yes. Of course. Come back anytime.
But I was thinking about the fact that, honestly, that might be a reason why, like, some of the wound increases are considerably less drastic on HCVs than they are with the changes that tenderizing makes. But I want to keep trying and just seeing what happens. I don't have adaptability on this one, so this one might be like a little bit messy, but let's give it a shot anyway. That one's at least on level with him.
Quest accepted.
I do want you to see the funny numbers Dragon DB wound closes do against Arkveld. Oh, yeah, because if you take a look, his Dragon HZV when he's wounded is 38. It is enormous how much element that guy can take. But I probably want to do a little bit of reinvestment in resource gathering to make some dragon GOG duels. Because I currently don't have any. Alright. Yeah, you're down here. You know what I should do? I should probably get immunizers for this. If I'm not going to run adaptability. Ow. There we go. Thank you. This is why I never liked that animation. I would have rather just died. Thank you very much. Oh, that standing up thing's so fucking dumb. Alright, hang on. Let me get back down there. Unga bunga brain that shit and got caught up in tentacle slams. Sharpness conservation still really nice on this at the very, very least. Honestly, if anything, it might be really interesting that the conclusion I might draw from this is that the integrity of the wounds should be larger. To make them an actual gameplay mechanic worth experimenting with on this level. In terms of actually engaging with beyond just the wound closers. Alright, a little less unga bunga, buddy. I think I clipped into a wall on that one. You'll excuse me if the gameplay is not great. I've only ever done AT Udra with Lance and HBG. This is not a matchup that I know particularly well yet. Definitely one thing. Well, though, to be fair, I feel like I haven't had a ton of uptime because I haven't played a whole bunch, and I've also had to dance around a little bit. But I feel like we're so kind of, especially kind of like locked in to get like a certain thing running that it's a little bit tough for me to actually get the numbers to really consistently get. Although, to be fair, just with like AT resiliencies in general, it might be tough just kind of at like a baseline. Yeah, it might be like a, just like in terms of pure numerics, it's a little bit tough to get wounds open consistently. Dude, how fucking sensitive is this stick that every time I like minorly touch it for like evasion inputs, it presses the sheath button? One. If nothing else, this is good practice for a fight I'm very unfamiliar with. I do love how he can follow up his ability. Oh boy, the haymakers. It is a funny idea, Connor. Let's try out this experiment, but, like, your gameplay's not even going to be that great to try it out with, because you don't know the matchup that well. Alright, almost got that one open. I think I do have that one open, actually. There we go. Yeah, even on the ATs, the wounds don't live... it lived longer, but still not long. Yeah, honestly, this might... I don't know if anybody would ever watch the video, but this might be a legitimate request of actually having... wound integrity be more durable. Like, you could maybe even, like, nerf the damage that the focus attacks do and buff the damage, or buff the longevity of the wounds to have them actually be a little bit more interactable on this kind of combat level. Because this is kind of cool, right? I do think this is at least kind of fun. Like, I'm deliberately trying to open the wounds and peppering them around. And then I have to work on my positioning a little bit, because now I need to be consistently opening or attacking this very, very kind of small segmented weak point that I've just created for myself. And, like, that adds a little bit of, like, positioning process. Like, I need to be sticking to this thing that I just created for myself. Whereas older Monster Hunter is a little bit different, in which, you know, I'm sticking really, really close to... very kind of specific, more broader parts. But yeah, no, this might be a legitimate request of mine, is that they make focus attack damage weaker and wound integrity much stronger, and just rebalance these things tremendously in a bid to alter how the player base is going to engage with them. It would help if my gameplay was better, because I bet then the matchup would probably be going a lot better. I definitely do not have my dodge timings against him. You know, I don't think I've ever iframed a new Udra ever. Am I just gonna... Oh, I just died. Holy shit. Okay, let me run that back, because that was a really bad round. Have I iframed Ran? No, no, I definitely used, like, Mizu dual blades on conventional New Udra back when, like, Mizu came out. I've definitely done that. Even then, I think I did Lance a little bit more. But I don't think I've ever fought him with Bow. So, yeah, no, like, practicing perfect dodge timings on New Udra is not something I've really ever done, and it's definitely not anything I've ever done with AT New Udra. So I don't really mind if that initial round is pretty bad. That is what practicing is for. You're just watching live practicing. I am definitely just something with dual blades in this game in general. Just got a problem with, like, committing way too early, or, like, committing to dodges way too early, but also committing to high commitment attacks when I really shouldn't be. Alright, let me keep working. Felted incoming? Yeah. I know. I didn't do good. I know. Usually dodge parallel. It's where the attacks are coming from. Becomes pretty intuitive, pretty quick. Yeah, I just need to get used to it. First time running AT New Udra with dual blades. Not shocked that my prowess is not that good. I'll get better. DBs is a great GOG matchup. Probably. I haven't done it yet. Hooked me up and now playing Freedom Unite and Portable Third. Fuck yeah, dude. I am eventually planning on getting to Portable Third. That is on the list of MH games I need to play. Just a matter of when. Nobody's running Dragon into everything if they know what they're doing. Oh, yeah, no. Unless they're running a weapon that just has Dragon, but they didn't build 4 elements. Because that's something. I mean, if it's just like a really, really, really good raw weapon that just happens to have Dragon ticks on it. Nope, that one was late. First one was early, second one was late. Alright, I gotta be careful here. Thank you, cat. Yeah, do the oil bomb where it's not gonna hit me. Then taunt after. Yeah, that's definitely a scary thing with dual blades. It seems like this weapon has a lot of hyper armor on certain attacks, so I will lose health and not even notice it. Ow. It's alright, we're doing a whole lot of learning today. Now I just stop getting clipped by shit and actually get back in the groove, Connor. That'd be great. Too early on commitment there. Son of a bitch, I just keep getting clipped. One. Alright, yeah, waste a little bit of time there, big guy. Yeah, the amount of hyper armor this weapon has is honestly a little... Granted, I could just be playing better. Dismiss. Oh, I almost thought I had that one. Did have that one, though. Predominantly focus on... Damn it! Oh, I suck at that in that one. Yeah, definitely doesn't help that I'm also kind of dancing around a little bit myself. So I'm not hyper-focused. If I really wanted to be good at this, I would probably be just trying to stick to like one tendril and one tendril only. I'm not really doing that, I'm just kind of dancing around. So try and catch that and correct that behavior. Alright, let's try this one. Dodge the oil bomb. Yeah, one tendril to focus on, instead of just dancing around. Because if I'm dipping and diving around and, like, focusing on a whole bunch of wounds, then fucking nothing is going to get opened. Yeah, with wound resiliencies, this might just simply not be a particularly great thing. Because even with 4 points of flair, they're really just kind of not opening all that much. Ding dong. And sleepies. Try and get me back up in the front. I got the tempered one opened. What are you attacking? This one right here is kind of keeping me from going at it. There we go. Ooh, oil bomb? Hell yeah. A little bit earlier than that. Oh, I totally... it's probably because I dodged into the wrong direction there. Alright, let me see... Hit! I wonder if I'm reliably hitting element cap, and my raw just isn't like anything super crazy, so that's why I'm not really... The numbers definitely do go up a bit. Son of a bitch. I am never... No, I will eventually get good at anticipating and rolling that one. I'm just not good at it yet. I might want to put immunize on that for just like the... Maybe? I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, no, I gotta be a little bit more sticky with individual tentacles for this. I do have 2 open up on him currently. I haven't popped either of them yet. Fuck off. Can you get out of that stupid ass hallway? Oh, I hacked off an arm, huh? Yeah, I'm getting chipped by my own super armor and his hits. How's the build working? I think just kind of the way the game works, I have a couple of snags. It's still been really fun to experiment with. But it's definitely, I said from the top I wasn't looking to make anything optimal, and I don't think I did. But I'm still enjoying it. Ooh, Gravios, I should definitely play around with you later, because I know your HCVs are fucking horrible against water. Oh, hello. I'm going the wrong way. It's definitely a pretty good set. I am wondering if I am kind of like hitting element cap at a certain point. $75's on there. Yeah, I'm playing like way too fucking recklessly. Way too fast and loose. Give me this. There we are. Bitch. Oh yeah, I keep it. Nah. Really? Didn't have enough time to evade on the end of that animation? The second one chopped. Dude, oh come on, no. I hit the evade button. Fuck you. Fuck all the way off. One RDI at game night with my 42-60, my alcohol at 15. Hell yeah. Not hitting elemental cap? Okay. You can progress to stage 2 of Demon Dance with a perfect dodge spin. Yeah, that's the other thing. I definitely do not know, like, the optimal pathings for DBs either. I won't claim to know them especially well. I just like playing them. Alright, I have hacked off 2 of these bad boys. Hit the pin? Fuck. Good flinch on him on that one. Let's see what I get. Spike and... Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I gotta make a fucking Carver meal and part breaker and just run New Udra a whole bunch of times. That's just gonna get me a mountain of shit. Alright, I want to keep up on this one on the back. Yep, do your shit. Ah, son of a bitch. That one's also that one's slower and faster than I think. The rear up is so fast, and then I like never expect the slam down to come down. This is a good fight, though. It's not. This is such an aggressive weapon to be throwing at this fight. With a lot of kind of crutch super armor that I'm getting tossed for. I gotta learn to be better about it. Recommend finding a way to slot Marathon Runner or drinking Dash Juice. It makes a world of difference for DB. They have... I have Marathon Runner 2 on here. Dash Juice, though, good idea. Actually, let me hit this just for damage sake. Because maybe the smart idea would be... That's the other question with, like, wound damage. Is, like, do the wound closers do the same amount no matter how much you've hit the wound itself? That I actually don't know. You know, I also have not been using this. Which one do I want to hit right now? Me choosing my least favorite child. Oh, I fucking ran right into that shit. I was doing alright with that too. Bitch. Knockback slams, fucking you up. Oh yeah. They are. Was running this fight repeatedly for Smax practice earlier. It's pretty fun. Yeah, no, AT New Udra's really, really fucking good. I'm not good at it with dual blades, but I like the fight a lot. I like the AI tendencies are pretty smart. The move additions, even like the stuff that gets borrowed over from Zhuwu transfers over perfectly fine. And I'm not gonna bitch about animation sharing in the fucking slightest. At least with movesets that are this diverse, fucking go for it. But the pattern changes, the way that his size changes up the moves that he borrows. Really fucking good monster.
Yeah.
Alright, let me do this again. Should be considered for wound closing as opposed to this playstyle is the utility they provide. Not just damage. DBs get a lot of gauge. GS goes right into TCS. LS gains a level. Yeah. Take all those. What else do I have on this here? Cliffs, Komachi, and Gore, and a 9-star. If I can kill this Nudra, that'll be a 9-star right there. What's that note if I'm getting... Oh, it's just on her server. Okay. Alright, let me do like one more solo run of this. Try and get this down a little bit better, because that was definitely a better run than the first one by a considerable margin. Still not good, but just better. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so we're going to stick to this one first. At least best I can. Thank you, Hostility, for that. It'd be helpful if you didn't stuff the tentacle in a fucking wall. Alright, I want to try and get back around to that spot. Yeah, it's super fun. Alright, just get me out of the stupid-ass wall. Okay, move over here. Bitch. Gotta remember to dodge into those. I do really like that haymaker move. Oh, you fucking kidding? You bitch. God damn it, dude. I was... Oh, man. I had that dodge, too. Shit. I also did not have a cool drink up, so it was definitely hurting me. Yeah, I definitely gotta, like, slow down and, like, actually look at what the fucking numbers look like. They're going from, like, 15 to 25.
To your health. You should stay hydrated with a cool drink.
Okay. I will say, the Master's Touch and Razor Sharp for sharpness conservation, pretty nice. That I can attest. Alright, I want to stay up on this limb still. No sense in not hitting, even if he's not giving me the tendril that I want. Stick to this one up front. You could probably iframe that explosion, the most likely. Alright, mind the stamina depletion. Kind of get carried over to the wrong side. What are you doing? Oh, you're attacking the cat. Do your shit. Alright. So we got one fresh open on that tendril. Kind of take a look at the numbers as we go.
Looks like the monster dropped something.
Honestly, man, no matter what the result is, it's just kind of fun and cool to look at Monster Hunter in this way. Just kind of like crack at it and look how its mechanics work. Just kind of bust it open and just kind of see what happens when you do different shit to it. Especially when you have some of these game mechanics that are a little bit more... I guess you could even call them like overcomplicated. Like wounds probably complicate things. Admittedly, as much as I don't hate them, probably complicate things a little bit more than they have to. But just kind of playing around with them, seeing what they have to offer. It's neat. There we go. Alright. Mind the stamina. Am I just never gonna learn that roar timing? Hell yeah. 76 is on there. I think I popped it. Alright, let me try middle side then. Huh, I got caught in that, huh? Definitely way too early. I felt like I had that one. Oh well. Alright, that's a fresh one open. Where do I have that? It's a little tough. Oh, there we are. I was gonna say, it's a little tough to tell where my wound is with everything being on fucking fire. Can I... Keep losing track of it. There it is. It is... Alright, didn't die at least. So getting faked out by Arkveld's roar like 10% of the time. Quick one, and then the late one. Yeah, no, that's fair. Some of the roar timing animations are a little wonky. I kind of like it, but at the same time, it's tough to learn. How fucking sensitive is this L stick that if I press even like the slightest amount of thing, it does the auto sheath whenever I do like the perfect dodge? I had that. I got me on the backhand with that one. Jesus, that one fucking falls so fast. Hi, Rathalos. Alright, let me hit it here. Yeah, I'll hit this central one. Careful the stamina. Kind of dodged the wrong way on that, but at least I got out of the way. Oh, hi. Thank you, cat. Aha! Okay, give me... Let's do this other front one. Aha! I'll never do that again. Damn. You leaving? All right. Feeling a little bit better. Go back, I want to see monkey. Having fun chilling and hunting? Hell yeah. Alright, so you still want to do, what is it, the front right one, I believe? That one. Oh, there's free Gravios parts. Thank you for contributing. Holy fucking shit, buddy. I know the ATs do a lot of damage, but oh my god. Monster on monster violence in this game is crazy. Hey, Gravi, you want to run right into that? No? Love how he repositions too. Honestly, if nothing else, I'm getting a really big appreciation for the move set, the movement tech, the AI programming that AT New Udra has. What a awesome fucking monster this is. Let me take a look at numbers here. I might be so. Oh yeah, I mean that thing just does so much. Yeah. I mean, it might be the case that I might just want to like pepper the wound a whole bunch and then do the closer. Because, yeah, every single one of those hits on the way. It's odd, man. The way, as I'm kind of discovering it, they made such an interesting mechanic potentially with wounds, but their integrity just kind of doesn't actualize the potential of them all that much. Like, I feel like this idea really could work with some different balancing within just how the game functions. As is, it's not bad or anything. But it doesn't really feel like the game wants me to quite engage with the wounds as like this little baby tenderizing thing. Or at least not as much with the just sheer damage output I'm able to put out. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Ugh. Playing Sunbreak and when Scorn's charging attack just right at the is really, really fun. Oh yeah, that they jump scare you with the ult right at the beginning. It's so funny. I love showing people Scorned for this first time because they get fucking jump scared by that. It's like, you're not supposed to do that. It's super fun though. Thanks, Bird. I miss the dogs. The dogs were so much fucking better. They were so much better than you. So much better than you. You don't even have armor. You don't even have monster armor. If you had monster armor, I could tolerate you a little bit more. You are not my dog. Did you just cancel a tentacle wind up into your roar or whatever? not a cold drink active. I have one in inventory. Did he grab the cat? What is going on? I think he grabbed the cat. Oh, it's another arm off. That's good. Okay, okay. All right. I'm happy for the excuse to fight this monster a whole bunch today as well. I haven't fought 18 Udra in a bit. That skull as well. Bitch. Be scared of that attack. Very nice. All right. I think my general conclusion with working this, this is a fun way to play. I think especially we picked a really tricky monster with the amount of just moving parts and movement tech in general. So I picked a not particularly easy monster to try this out with. I think my overall conclusion currently, it's a really interesting way to look at, like, the wound system in general. If, like, actually, like, okay, let's honestly engage with this as a mechanic. Because I feel like I'm a little bit more pro and a little bit more anti in a couple. Because this is interesting. This is possibly really interesting. Because I think it's quite obvious at this point that the developers, to some extent, have a vision for Monster Hunter where they want the weapons to be directly smacking into and impacting and going toe-to-toe with the movesets of the monsters. Things like counters and perfect guards and perfect dodges and focus mode and blah, 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 blah. And these can be fine-tuned and refined and tweaked around and this and that and the other thing, right? All that goodness. So this kind of messes around with some conventional Monster Hunter combat isms where it's a lot of bait and punish. Like, I know that this monster is going to be going with this attack, he's going to be landing in this place, so I go with this weapon and hit him in this place, etc., etc. Right? So, like, the more kind of, like, up in your face, kind of, like, back and forth, bloody carnage, that kind of stuff, it's a little bit tougher to go with, like, the positioning and whatnot. And then you had things like tenderizing, and tenderizing was like, it was interesting. It was a way to make points on the body that were conventionally not very malleable or not very damageable, much more easy to damage. It didn't look good. The upkeep and the maintenance was pretty obnoxious. The way that it interacted with so many other mechanics in the game domino affected into something with a lot of build strangulation and a lot of mechanical cannibalism and stuff like that. And Clutch Claw kind of dominoed into a mess. Wounds don't really domino into that same mess. They do have their own kind of separate batch of problems. They're also definitely less... The game is definitely less reliant on having good hit zones coming from the wounds than they are from the tenderizing stuff. So, like, the hit zones kind of in general in Wilds are just usually a little bit more agreeable than they can be in Iceborne in a couple of places. Brother man, I am actively trying to fucking talk. That's actually, like, pretty rude. So, wounds definitely do have their place, right? Because they also definitely want to do this thing where you have, like, a dynamic weak point creation system. And, like, okay, that's something interesting. I think with how they're balanced currently, they have kind of undermined what they want to do. Because the wound closers, the damage I was getting with, like, this one big, completely uninterruptible, invincible burst of damage with the wound closer was hitting for numbers that were pretty comparable to me just attacking the wounds in general. And the wounds also don't stay up for a long time. So there's pretty interesting stuff where you have these kind of portable weak points that are shifting over and around the body, creating these, it's still perfectly good hit zones in general, but now you have like these small temporary advantages to have just a really increased damage. And that also actually would kind of bring positioning a little bit back more into the foray as you've created these very, very generous openings for yourself. Like we looked at Uthduna earlier. It's across the board raw 80s and like 25 on lightning. My suggestion from this experiment so far, this could be something really cool. This could be something to kind of transition that wanting to have, you want to have the very retaliation, the very reactionary movesets, the very back and forth encounters and that kind of stuff. You want to have that, right? But then at the same time, positioning and that kind of stuff is still very important. I mean, it always is going to be in Monster Hunter just because of how hit zone values and motion values and all that stuff works. I don't think they're never going to take that out of MH completely, but just the way the moves interact with one another makes things a little bit different. However, if you have a wound system, if you have these kind of creatable dynamic weak points around the body, well, now the positioning gets a little bit more interesting again, because you have these very, very, very extremely generous weak points that are moving around the body, and now you kind of have to like reorient and scoot yourself into these different positions to get at those weak points to anticipate them coming in, so that for a temporary temporary piece of time, you can get a lot of damage in. Because just looking at the numbers, the conventional unwounded stuff is usually not that different from, say, like a couple than most other hit zone values I've seen. I think in general, some of the older games have slightly more generous in a couple of places, but it's not like Wilds has shit zones all over the place. It really doesn't. Maybe a couple of monsters in a couple of places. Hit zones aren't that bad, but you have these portable dynamic ones where they are incredibly generous, but their integrity is so small, and the automatic closer does a ton of damage. So I think Capcom have put themselves in a position where they can actually kind of have their cake and eat it too, with the more kind of classical positioning type of stuff, as well as your more reactive, more kind of carnage back and forth gameplay, kind of going back and forth at each other one by one. But they have balanced things in such a way that they've kind of shot it in the foot a little bit, because focus mode closer damage is very, very high, and it has utility to it. As well, wounds just do not have a lot of durability. So with Wilds, it's too late for them to take the focus mode closers out. If they were to bring focus mode back, I don't even know if they would take them out completely. I kind of would like them to. I don't know if they would revert on that. But I think just in general, the focus mode closer attacks are probably one of the weakest things about the system in general. But I do think you have the makings of something particularly strong that actually kind of blends with this combat philosophy that you've created already and kind of evolves on some older combat philosophy. If you actually make these wounds and tracking after them and pursuing after them and actively moving after them and engaging with them combatively, I think you can actually kind of have your cake and eat it too a little bit. I think they're in a position to do that. So I would definitely, my conclusion from this so far is I would recommend that with the expansion, the integrity of the wounds themselves be buffed considerably and the closing damage be nerfed considerably by like notable magnitudes. I think with that, you might be able to make the combat in this game a good chunk more interesting than it already is. All right, so that's a spiel for the moment. I am going to go get some water and use the bathroom. I'll be right back and we can just do some community hunts for like maybe 60 to 90 minutes. All right, so I'll be right back. We're gonna take a quick break. Yeah, I'll sit down at a table for you. BRB. Holy shit, it is so much warmer in this room than it is in the rest of the house. That's what you get for having a PC and a PlayStation 5 active at the same time. I think after stream, I'm just gonna sit downstairs and let the fan cool down my room for a little bit. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Let's see. Alright, let me catch up with you fine folks for a little bit. Where's Nate to ask for questions? Today's been fun. Yeah, I'm not done just yet, because we've only been going for like 3 hours. Might as well get my time's worth. Is there any monster from MH Explorer you'd see in future games? The big one would definitely be Moru Dumonto. That thing is fucking awesome. I don't care how ridiculous he is. Let's see. Person who used focus mode and found closing them through damage were a bit more interesting. Whatever mouth armed dragon was called, yeah, that's Morudomunto. Anubis dragon would be cool to have alongside with his brother. Well, Anubis dragon is Nefgarmot. His brother is Eogarudia, which is like the raw dragon. Morudomunto's not related to any of those. There's also some special species in Explore that'd be really cool to bring back. All right, I have some water here, cool down a little bit. It was like 93 Fahrenheit today. Currently, it's only like 75. I might honestly, like, go outside for a little bit after stream just to kind of cool down. Let my room cool down. Watch her good. Honestly, dude, I was having so much fun with that. You guys just want to do an 18 Udra again? I know I just fought one for like an hour, but I just kind of want to fight him again. And even though it's not perfect, I do like this build, so... Make sure I'm set for 4, and yeah. Thunder Bubble, please. Yeah, dude. Unfortunately, as much as I do like Violet, Violet really should have been Thunder Bubble, and the chances of getting another Mizu subspecies like that are, I don't know how high. Thunder Bubble would have been so cool. Got it to 98. Getting the dogs outside earlier. Pups were toasty. Yeah, it rained for a bit. It was hilarious. Like, my mom takes the dog out for the most part. I'll take her out sometimes. She takes her out sometimes during the day. And, like, our neighbors across the street have 2 labs that my dog gets along with great. Like, they're great dogs. And our neighbors are also just fantastic people. You know, my neighbor across the street was walking the dogs. My mom was walking Zoe. And, like, I come downstairs to, like, make some food for myself. And it's raining outside, right? Like, pretty good rain outside. We had, like, a thunderstorm for about an hour over us. Or at least, like, passing over a part of our town. And my mom's just, like, out there under a tree with the dog, with my neighbor, and her 2 dogs. And they're just all hanging out under a tree with it just piss and rain. And you know that sound when like the pressure of the downcoming rain like escalates and whatnot, so you can kind of hear like the increased pressure of the rain coming down. I looked out the window and hear the shh like of the rain increasing pressure, and there's my mom and the neighbor and the 3 dogs out in the pouring rain under a tree. Like, Mom, what the hell are you doing? You don't invite them inside. If, hang on a moment. Orangon gets back into any modern mobile games, they should bring back the pumpkin or watermelon ones for holiday events. Dude, I was really hoping that Now would do funny monster variations. They did, like, Kulu-Yaku with a pumpkin, and that was literally fucking it. I was really disappointed. That game should, I don't even hate that game, but, like, come on. It's a mobile game. Don't fucking take yourself seriously. Have fun. Do love Soul Seer, but Thunder Bubbles is a close second. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Thunder Bubble was mostly just kind of like on concept. Explore was limited in what it could do. I'd be shocked if anybody has actually fought that thing. Anybody here, at least. Wish Wilds didn't combine Soul Seer and Mizu into regular Mizu. Yeah, we've had that discussion a number of times before. Personally, my whole take that I'll still stick with is, like, if eventually Soul Seer does come around and, like, full circles the whole mechanic, I'd be pretty happy with that. Otherwise, they kind of just stuck Soul Seer stuff on top of regular Mizu because regular Mizu isn't a title update, and that's kind of lame. But if they wanted to, like, tease the fact that a Deviant's coming in and they wanted to, like, kind of do, like, a gradual foreshadow up to Soul Seer being a thing, with, like, this Mizu being in the perfect conditions to kind of, like, begin to tap into those powers with the diet and the head wounding and, like, the more dangerous environment and stuff like that, it's like, okay, then now we're kind of rolling. Now I see the vision. But if no Soul Seer, lame. No, yeah, if no Soul Seer, lame, but Wild's Mizu is still just fun in a vacuum. If Soul Seer, damn, good pull. Also, just give me Deviants back. I don't need a whole mechanic. I just want him. We got 3 people rocking dual blades on this. Holy shit. Want the frogs back. We have the frog model. We have Chotacabra. We can totally get Tetsu and Zamtrios back. Yeah. Yeah, Tetsu and Zamcho, amphibians in general, really good track record for what limited role that they have. You know, I still gotta rank the Wilds ATs. Ow. That might be... I'm going to be going away a couple times in summer, because I always do. That might be like a quick and easy one to kind of hold over. I got a couple of ideas for videos for me to like leave for you guys while I'm going to be away. That oil bomb hits so much fucking closer to him than I always think it's going to. Very odd.
New supply items are in. They're in your sequence pouch. Are you alright?
Want Zamtrios back so bad. Give me a Kraken monster in the Scarlet Forest. I mean, there are some octopi that go up into trees, aren't there? I honestly could see like a new Udra or a Jewu subspecies in the Scarlet Forest. I think that could work. That'd be kind of neat. Some kind of tree octopus type of yeah. Hell yeah, why not? You know what else, honestly? It might have been a good idea to... Because I'm really only rocking with, like, regular Wex and Agitator sometimes. Honestly, I was asking when we were making the weapons, like, when would I actually want to use Affinity over Attack? Considering I have, like, some crit boost for damage investment, honestly, building these dual blades for Affinity might not have been the worst idea. Yeah, well.
Thanks, that helped.
There's a whole fucking party going on over here. Tune them up, Acharacon. It's a shame that Nudra doesn't turf war with Gravi or Rathalos. Cuckboard.
Bomb set.
I don't have bombs. Also kind of get out of here.
I've set a bomb. Bomb set. I've set a bomb.
Why does it hit on his side like that? Nudra gets 0 flagship turf wars, Ray gets 1, and Uthduana is fighting for her damn life. Nudra's only got like 1, it's kind of sad. It is kind of sad. You should have more. I was gonna say, if that would fucking hit me there, I'd be pissed. Getting bodied by every flagship in the game while Udra's just left fighting only 1. Doesn't even fight 1. Like, doesn't do anything with the Rathalos. It's weird, man. They put so much shit in the Scarlet Forest. Map distribution in this game is a little wonky. He also did a great job, kind of. He's definitely really good as a single player fight. It works perfectly fine, but just the amount of speed that they gave him and whatnot to make him function for multiplayer is also really impressive. Because that's one thing with like the base dude, like I wish he was doing like more attacks with more tentacles at the same time. You don't really feel that. Kind of like lack of movement in some of the other tentacles in multiplayer with AT. Ah, nice. There's the skull. Pull up, Gravios. This is your moment. Get his ass. Wonder on his fucking sack on his butt always takes a million hits to break. Son of a bitch. I thought I could stun him with the wound closer. Gypsros just shows up anywhere. It's kind of his build. Gypsros' placement in this game is fucking bizarre. It's like we don't really have a great, like, swamp map for him to be on. Or, like, a really dense... There's a Scarlet Forest, I guess. He doesn't look like that out of place where he goes. It's just fucking... He's weird. Yeah, monster distribution and placement in this game is just odd. Very, very, very odd. It was the same in Way and Rise. Base World probably still has some of the best, like, monster distribution they've ever done. And, like, actually thinking out the hierarchies and shit. This one does have some good placements. But then, like, especially with, like, its originals... has some really good hierarchy in that type of shit. But a lot of the returners are in weird areas. There we go. Doesn't show up in the forest. I know. It's weird that he doesn't, because he goes to jungle maps in every other place. So he goes, yeah, he goes like caves and swamps and jungles and a whole bunch of shit. That's my point. It's kind of weird that he doesn't go to the Scarlet Forest, because he goes to jungle maps. But he doesn't go to desert, volcano, or ice maps. Closest you have is like Sunken Hollow. And he doesn't, granted, he never really the placement and territory he goes to on the oil well basin makes enough sense. Because it's almost all top region. He doesn't really go downwards at all. Like, that's kind of swampy and soupy. I guess that makes enough sense. Still weird. That's 2 more Gamma tickets. Fuck you, Nathan. Let's see. Full Slugger, full Ice Res, and... So 100 on, like, Hammer against Jihad. Sure, I'll take that. Why not? And take the rest for processing. Really good fight. Ain't Too Nude is pretty fucking great. Kind of hoping we actually get a Serregio subspecies or variant. My boy is left behind a bit. Oh, yeah. A lot of people have voiced that. And I agree. What's up left for, like, the rest of the dailies and that type of bullshit? Get me some more armor spheres. Nine or higher. That gives a Silver Talisman. 3 Cliffs quests, 4 Kamakchi, and a high rank Gormagala. Okay. Do we have a Gore in there now? We don't. We don't. We do not. Do we have one incoming on the forecast? Not anytime soon. Okay. Let me make sure I got that saved. We'll go with Burst Lancer. And I definitely have a gore investigation somewhere. So let me toss that bad boy up. Gornagravio. Gornagravio. That does work, though it's not going to be in the Ice Shard Cliffs. Let me see if I got anything else. 9-star Gore. That's in Wyveria. 9 with a Rathalos. It's also in Wyveria. I have no Cliff Score. There's a Cliff Score. That's an 8x5 Gore. In the Cliffs. This one just looks like fun. I have a lot of multis that look really fun. But let's, alright, let's whack out this one. He is really close to this one. I do want a subspecies. Acidic Lab is my favorite. Really, acidic, like a favorite subspecies just in general. It's a pretty interesting pick, uncommon pick, but I respect it. Acidic Lab has a lot of really interesting stuff about him. I like how he inverts kind of the conventional game plan and changes up a whole bunch of shit about the regular Glav. Color palette needs a little bit of work, that's for sure. Acidic Glav would be cool, but where would he go? Maybe Oil Well. He would probably function fine in the Oil Well. Really want Shogun in the basin? I'd like Shogun in general. Why not add Base Glav if Acidic could go to the Oil Well? Well, the nice thing about Base Glav is Glav could go to Windward very easily, Scarlet Forest pretty easily, and Oil Well Basin also very easily. Glav would fit. Glav is a very, very easy monster to add. Honestly, Glav would also probably work just fine in Wyveria. Glav is a very easy monster to slot in. Your favorite subspecies, period? Cool pick. Personally love the color of Acidic. I think he needs more yellow. I think he needs more yellow accents. That's my biggest thing from him. I think, because there's some artwork I've seen where they really embellish the yellow. Like, I like his core color. I think he needs an accent color.
Good luck.
All right. What's up, Spooky? Wild Score versus either of the Lances. I love this matchup so much. It's so fun. I pressed block, game. I promise you I pressed block. I don't know what the fuck you think I pressed. But I can guarantee you...
Additional supplies have been placed in your sacred's pouch.
Bing, 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 bing. I'm fine. Okay. Ah, right, that's not the delay one. The delay one's after the claw follow-up. That just whipped entirely. Fire off right on that wound. Want chaotic gore in this game so badly, it'd be so cool. Might wind up being, yeah. Problem with chaotic gore is just where they put him, because they're not going to do him as a title update monster a second time, I don't think. And Shigaru's not even in. I could see him as like a post-story progression boss, potentially. Two. Take the clinch, go for 3. I love that rattling sound he makes, dude. His sound design in this game is so sick. I am out of group heals. I'll have to restock on those. It's weird that that charge isn't an attack, or doesn't really have much of an active hitbox on it. Feels like it should. Alright. To your left. Yeah, that charge animation's odd. Cool idea for expansion. You do side quest chains kind of like the old games. I'd take something like that, yeah. There we go. That one actually hit me. Need to get another burst combo off. Clear my afflicted on that, or frenzy rather. Especially if they bring back the laser. What, for like Shigaru? Yeah. Hell yeah. Please and thank you. Keep getting him to attack this middle part. We can get him to drop the bridge on himself. Working this back leg. Good, full combo. Yeah, here comes the drop. Work this wing, I suppose. Tempered wound open on the wing. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that wing arm's just got to stay still long. Ow. I'm fine. Got the blast right off in the head. Here's a wing gun. Motherfucker. Whew. That almost just ended the quest right there. That's good. Wait, save and heal off of that. I think the back leg. Oh. Could make the best Shigaru fight of all time in this game if they really went wild with it. Oh, they probably will. Shigaru in this game is probably going to be really, really fucking good if this gore has anything to say about it.
Restock your supplies before heading out, okay?
Alright, let me actually get my group heals. Fortunately, I think that quest had one more use on it. I might take traps just for damage opportunities. And to make sure that I got... Yeah, let's do this. Am I sure I was going to be terrifying? Yeah. Several stupid deaths on that hunt? Yeah, no, that one is unfucking forgiven. Alrighty. Accept and prep. Give it another run, gentlemen.
I'm counting on you.
Let's see. So, okay. Similar group. I got my group heals now, so we should probably... We'll be better off, I suppose.
Good to have you.
Alright, let's do this shit. Dink. Yeah, it didn't quite fall on the side I was hoping he would fall on. Would have liked that other wing to be down. Still got a pretty decent opening volley on it. Dive bomb. I think I stuck the monkey with the fucking cannon. Ooh, coin. Yay. Let me get a hand that tie. Two. Yeah, hold still. Full combo off right on that wing. Fuck you. You suck. You don't actually, though. I'm just shit talking. Oh, is that right in the middle for that? That sucks. And I'm getting flinch locked by my teammates. Good offset. Holy shit, that was a clutch paralysis. Good stun. Gonna work the back leg a little more. Hold still. That was still enough. You'll probably at the very least hit the tail. Hello. You missed. Ow, you didn't miss that one. Yeah, let me life pad it real quick. For the boys. You can hold still a little bit so I can clear Frenzy. There we go, got it. Thank you. Would rather have Deviants come back. Kind of given consider to be good sunbreak. I don't really have much chat reading ability right now. I apologize. Not the monster for it. I would also like Deviants back. I agree. I don't care if it's like 2 or 3 of them, just spat it around every now and again. A lot of those were really good monsters. And they deserve to come back. And they have really cool gear. It could be expanded on in some pretty awesome ways, especially the ones that weren't as good. Tie. Get alive there, big dog. Still hasn't left the zone. Yeah, do your fucking emote. Two. Oh, he missed. Alright, that's first knockout. That's good. First knockout of Frenzy State with no deaths. Nice. Alright, now I can read a little bit. Wish you could reply to live chat comments. Oh, I mean, you could, like, at the person. This core hates you. Yeah, I'm doing my best to keep you alive, big dog. Granted, you're also running Hammer. Not the shieldiest weapon there ever was. Gotcha, bitch. I could have sworn there was more than one rock you could toss in this area. Am I losing my mind? Is there only the one? Fucking Rathma, fuck you. Yeah, is it only the one? Okay. I'm just making shit up. Ooh. No, they're healing themselves. Don't wait for this dust. Hey, buddy. A few more hits to clear Frenzy. Hold still. Thank you. It's okay. I got what I need.
Additional supplies have been placed in your secret's pouch.
Thank you for the heal. Equal dragon weapon type shit. People bash my head all the time and I don't complain. Yeah, if I look at chat, I'm like in the middle of a conversation and I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Ah, got me a little bit in block stun there.
Quick, you can use that as slinger ammo.
That's the antenna broken, that's good. See, the back leg wound is still functional. The tail one just opened. Right into paralysis. I think that was the Rathmas. You missed me. Game. Come on now. Don't, this is not silly time. I fucking pressed that block button way sooner than that, and you know it. You are being an active silly head. That did not happen. I pressed that block early.
Are you alright?
I am fine. Oh, actually, let me get group heals real quick. Just for the boys. For the boys. For the boys. For the boys. So I'm coming back, guys. Don't you worry. Alright, now I'm on my way. I've come to save you, fellas. Motherfucker still doesn't have a skull. Yeah, I like this fight a lot. But I will admit, the health pool's a little bit bigger than it probably should be. Fought so long it became daytime. Honestly, that lighting thing was kind of sick. Is that backlit wound still? Oh, it's open. Alright, I think that's all 3 tempered wounds closed. Son of a bitch. Oh, you missed me again. Come on. I like blocking that move. Let me do it. That clears that. Alright, he's exhausted. I'm probably going to start using traps just to fucking hold him still so he can die a little faster at this point. Fuck you. Let me see here. Yeah, shock trap, I guess. There you go, dumbass. There's Skull. Good remix of the theme, too. If the health pool is just like 30% smaller, I don't know. He's just so good. The moveset's so fun. Especially with anything that perfect blocks. Ah, hit him with a little goodbye present. I wish that killed him. That would have been hilarious. Alright, not to capture, but I'll use the pitfall trap as well. Because why not take the extra damage? This looks so cool looking, but suck to play on. I definitely think they're a little overhated, but like, it's the weakest map in the game.
Bomb set. I've set a bomb.
I actually don't know what his like behavior pattern. Alright, I'm taking it. Uh-oh. Now just inch forwards. Dude, it's right in front of you. You fucking asshole. Oh, dude, daytime lighting with him all angry like that, so fucking cool. Looks like a wound's got... Oh! There goes. Alright. 2 more cliff quests. I'll probably just hit up an exploration and, like, have them, like, manually show up. This would be fine if they had, like, a lower area that was more wide, kind of like the basin. I can agree with that, yeah. I would love it if they did more areas that were, like, just up on, like, the rooftops of the giant cathedrals. Like, there's some out and open stuff, but, like, I'm thinking, like, some Bloodborne type shit where there's some battles, or even, like, some Dark Souls where it's just, like, up and on top of, like, the fucking roof or whatever. I'd take that. Yeah, there's room for this map to be fucking awesome. And in some places, it is pretty cool. Like, Gore does have some areas that are really good. And, like, Nursilla and Blanco and Hirabami are small enough where they function really well in some of them. It is the weakest locale in the game. Though I do still think it's overhated. 35 proof 3s, that's good. Spread power shot, okay. Neat, neat, neat. Got the gem, hell yeah. Lance is the best for Gore? Yeah, I'm fucking feeling that. Alright, what do I got in my cliffs right now? Tempered Arkvel, Tempered Blanco, Tempered Gypsaros. And I think it's like, I gotta passively kill... I imagine maybe at least like one got collateraled in that quest. Not enough. None of them. Okay, so 4 Kamakshi. And 2 more Cliffs quests. Simple, simple. Alright, we'll do Arkveld. And then you guys can obviously just join in because they're going to be going up in the lobby area. Bring back on the tower on everyone's souls. Yeah, I like full tower too. Because Wyveria just isn't like the whole thing. I don't know. That would have to be fucking gigantic for them to do, like, full tower. They could definitely do it, and it would probably still be really cool. Be big. Be wicked big. You'd probably want a lot of wedge beetles all over the place for traversal purposes, but this game doesn't do that all that much. It's so reliant on the Sacred, and the Sacred's the... Well... It's not the worst mount, because the Tail Raiders are the worst mount. And the second worst. Palamute sweep by, like, a lot. What's up, big boy? Good to see ya. Always a pleasure. One, and... Yeah, give me that shit. Oh, I can always enjoy fighting you, big boy. Oh, you missed. Alright, there's one Kamakshi just got collateraled. That or someone is deliberately going out and killing them. Ah. Too slow on the draw there. Boom. I think someone is deliberately going out and killing the Kamakshi. Yeah, that would be Ty. Ty's not pulling aggro. You're funny. Oh, hell yeah, Harry with the hunting horn. Fuck yeah. Never get to see enough hunting horn in this game. In Monster Hunter in general, honestly. Ow. Love to see it. Good job, Ty. chain flinch. What a fucking awesome flagship, dude. One of the best training monsters they ever made. One, two, three, 4, 5. I just feel so fucking... dude. When this game runs on all cylinders, it's so fucking good. Yeah, you fucking scurry off. Komachi complete. Good job, buddy. Arkveld has grown on me. I liked him fine out of the gate, and then I just like the more and more and more I'm like, damn, dude, this fight's so fucking good. It's engaging, it's honest, it's varied. It's got a couple of really interesting underlying mechanics with like state changes. The moveset's great. The moveset's really good. The way that it flows with the mechanics that the game introduces is awesome. Fucking great monster. Ooh, good stun. 2, 3, 4. Line them up. Oh, man. I'm telling you, man. When this game fucking fires on all cylinders, what a great game. You guys going with bombs, or was that just All right, I'm just gonna handle this. Last connection? Yeah, I saw. Arkveld should really be more of an invader. I kinda... maybe? Maybe. It could work to have a flagship invader. You know what? I could have had that follow up and press block even a little bit later. Rodstar Sanddust. That's an interesting name. I like it. Down he goes. Alright, one more for the cliffs, and dailies are done. And I think from there we'll probably wrap. We've been going for 4 hours 20. I think 4.5 hours is a good stream time.
This specimen is... I see. Oh, what do you mean? You were amazing out there.
Damn fucking straight I was. 476, hell yeah. I'll definitely be past 500 before the expansion comes out. Probably into like 600 or 700. I don't think it'll be 999 before the expansion comes out, but I think this will probably be the first Monster Hunter game I 999 in Hunter rank. Alright, we'll cap it off with a Blanco.
Okay, let's be on our way.
Gimme, 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 gimme. Bink. What the fuck was that? Chad, if you saw that, that wasn't your stream lagging. That was the game. All right, guard point that with the reload. Hell yeah. Ow. Blanco's pretty fucking good in this game. A good evolution of what they added onto him in GU. So when I fought him pretty recently in GU, I did notice that there was some reinterpreted moves that was not in second generation, but that were in Wilds. He is getting tossed. Ah, shoot. The 9-star Blanco in this game is legitimately a really fun quest. It's a big reason why I'm glad all those things got made permanent eventually. I'll fun run the 9-star Blanco just for the fucking sake of it. I'm shocked he is still alive. Ooh, I'd definitely like to pop that last one just for the bloodstones for resource purposes. No, 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 no. Don't eat that max potion. Dalamadur is the last monster I haven't fought yet that I really want to. There's some stuff I liked about Dahl when I've ran him back. He's pretty good. Alright. I think we are about done for the night. Good 4.5 hour stream. I like to get out of my room where it's going to be cooler out. But yeah, no. Fun little experimentation day. I'm glad we tried what we tried and found some conclusions to come to. Made some discernation. Yeah. Got to kind of worm around and figure out a little bit more about how the game works and like what's there and how they might be able to adjust the systems that are present and everything like that. Yeah, no. This isn't going to be the next video, but I think this is definitely going to be a video. A good chunk of the stream is going to be in a video. And maybe some other footage from the same build that I get like off stream as well. But yeah, thank you guys for tagging along. I know kind of an impromptu Tuesday wild stream, but I'm glad you guys had fun. Glad you guys showed up. If you haven't already, leave a like on the stream as you make your way out. Yeah, nothing super crazy to announce. Rise is probably going to be Friday or Saturday, depending on some scheduling things. But Rise should be back this weekend. With what we just did today, there are currently 2 videos actively in development, as well as some other stuff that I cannot talk about right now. So, yeah, stay tuned. We still got a chunk of April left. We'll probably do some more regular Monster Hunter streams, some more kind of just like silly other game streams. Gonna shoot to try and get these 2 videos out before, well, I think we can definitely expect that these 2 videos will be out before the month ends. These should be done before the month ends. And then I think once those 2 are done, I'm probably going to start working on the re-review of Wilds. I'd like to get that out as close to the announcement of the expansion as possible, which I think is going to be, I believe is really early June. Fairly early June. SGF 2026 date. Friday, June 5th, Monday, June 8th. Okay. Alright, because I think I gotta go away on the 6th. Which is good, because, like, the big presentation is all gonna be right up and forward. Like, the actual convention shit is probably gonna be Saturday through Monday. So the big production thing is on Friday, that's good. I have a wedding to go to on Saturday, and I would hate to not be able to stream that. Less than a month, yeah. Just like a couple of, like, 2 or 3 weeks. It's soon. We're getting the expansion soon. So I'd like to work on the re-review of Wilds pretty quickly. Honestly, that one is mostly going to be unscripted with a lot of stream footage, so that one's going to be pretty easy to cobble together. Like, the reviews are never, like, very high-effort videos. It's the celebration and critiques that are the high effort. Gotta be at Summer Games Fest or sooner. Yeah. No, it's almost absolutely going to be at SGF. SGF is going to start on the 5th. It's weird. It's usually on, I thought it was like on like a Thursday or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. As long as the big showcase is on Friday, which I imagine it's going to be. Because that's when they're going to fucking show everything. Because the first day. Friday, June. Stream the live show. Yeah, live showcase event is going to be on Friday. Okay. Friday at 5. Good. Okay, because I got a wedding on Saturday. Good. Okay. Yeah, alright. So, 2 new videos. Another project in the works. Bunch of other shit. You guys take care. Thank you for the show. Bye-bye.